Go. Good morning, everyone, and very welcome to Bcc&I Packaging Conclave. The theme of the conclave is Future Ready Packaging. We are starting our opening session. We have very eminent speakers with us. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sumit Gupta, Managing Director and Partner of Boston Consulting Group. We have our guest of honor, Mr. Madhav Chakraborty, Joint Director and Regional Head, Indian Institute of Packaging, Delhi Center. Our special guest, Mr. Saket Kanoria, Managing Director, TCPL Packaging Limited. Our special guest, Mr. Jivraj Pillai, Joint President, Packaging and New Product Development, Uflex Limited. And over to Mr. Sumit Gupta.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Arnab. Great pleasure to be here, and thanks a lot for inviting us. Sustainability is a topic which is very, very close to my heart. Sustainability over these years has moved from being a concept to a topic to, now coming to a reality. Sustainability is manifesting itself in multiple forms, whether it's in form of, companies actually taking a call in terms of what they need to do, investors really looking at sustainability very, very closely with an eye that how will things change over a period of time and where they should be investing. And then, of course, sustainability has become a very, 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 very important concern for the Gen Z or the millennials, as we call them. And they are now trying to take this concept from this concept to actually a reality as well. I'm glad to be here, and as we think about sustainability, I would also like to invite my panel members to talk about it. I think one of the first things which we keep hearing is sustainability really impacting us in everyday life? I know it's become a big talk of the town, but really are consumers wanting sustainable packaging? What is really the sustainable packaging? Maybe if I can pull in Mr. Jivraj into this. And sir, want to get your views on are really consumers wanting sustainable packaging, and are you seeing a trend towards this?
Okay. Thanks for inviting me, Sumitji and Arnabji. Straight away come on to the point. Like with most countries, in India too, the growth in packaging consumption is linearly proportional to the growth in GDP. Most countries' plastic consumption has grown very proportionally to the GDP. As a result, the packaging per capita consumption in our country is growing at a rapid pace. Packaging, as we all know, that after its intended service life, it becomes a big liability if we do not address its disposal in a proper manner. Unfortunately, we do not have a source collection and segregation system in our country, and most waste ends up in the litter, causing massive damages to the ecology. Issues of drainage choking to reduction of soil porosity to finding its way to the groundwater are all causing damage to the environment. You will regularly hear of microplastics in the groundwater and frequent flooding if the waste stays in the environment for long. These are affecting our daily lives. As far as consumers really wanting sustainable solution, recently there is more consumer awareness which is created on consumption of plastics as a packaging material. The problem here is that the narrative is very different. Instead of creating awareness on the disposal of plastics, the form of packaging itself, whether plastics or any other, is being questioned and negatively campaigned. Most consumers are not even aware of sustainable packaging. Very few actual consumers are aware of recycling or biodegradable packaging. All they want is removal of the plastic garbage from the ecosystem, which is not only an eyesore for them, but also affecting their daily lives.
Very good point, Jivraj. I think, I think consumers want sustainable packaging, but do they really understand it? I think that's clearly coming out. And if I move from consumers to maybe investors, we have had several announcements by, several large funds around the world, the likes of BlackRock and several other, whereby they have clearly highlighted that, the world is becoming focused on carbon footprint. They really want to take it in their own hands. people have clearly called out and said that the investments will now start moving to companies which are more eco-friendly, which have a more sustainable footprint. Uh, how is this change translating into packaging requirements of several players? And I know many of them have become and come out and made a lot of announcements. But are we seeing this really translate into changing the requirements on packaging, making them more sustainable for likes of several players? Saket, you deal a lot of with this. Would like to pull you in and call you on to speak about this.
Yeah. Thank you. Firstly, heartiest thanks to Bengal Chamber for inviting me on this panel. It's my honor to be here. This is, sustainability and investor push towards it is a very, very critical and welcome development. I think thanks to the investor-driven approach, large multinationals, in the West are under a lot of pressure to actually demonstrate that they are moving towards sustainable solutions, recyclable solutions. And one thing which we don't really think of or discuss too much in the packaging industry with respect to regulatory bodies is, should we focus on only sustainable or should we focus also on recyclability? Because to my mind, recyclability is the more critical thing to maintain sustainability. Because the carbon footprint of a plastic packaging as opposed to glass or paper, or other forms of material is not fully understood. Plastic is a wonderful material, but it does end up in a landfill or in the ocean, etc. But at the end of the day, its carbon footprint the lowest. But the problem is about collection, as Mr. Pillai mentioned, and about the recyclability of it. So the investor community, I must laud. I can give you an example that an energy company which was producing energy out of coal, just when they mentioned that they will move towards renewable energy, their stock price went up significantly. So there is a very strong drive of the your market cap itself, which will drive these guys to work on these solutions. And most of these MNCs have announced an end date by which time they will move to recycled packaging. And ultimately, those that are operating in India, it will percolate down. And that can be like a peer pressure on smaller companies to follow the trend.
So great point, Saket. And are you seeing real changes on this dimension? Maybe even pulling Jivraj back in that, are you seeing now orders being different as you jointly design some of these products with your clients? Are you seeing a more focus and questioning on this aspect? Yeah.
Yes. So I would like to mention here, from our experience in this, a lot of our customers have mentioned that by 2022 or in some case 2024, they have to move to recycled packaging or single polymer packaging. And they're already making a lot of move towards it wherever it is practically feasible, where the technology is already in place. They are making efforts to move. It's early days yet. Some of, like for example, we produce cartons out of paperboard, which is very sustainable. But in some cases, you laminate that with film to give a better aesthetic appeal. And that is now being replaced with other recyclable solutions. For example, transfer metallized board or printing of metallic inks on the substrate. And similarly, in flexible packaging, where it's film-based, there's a big move towards moving towards a common polymer rather than a multiple polymer. So it's happening, but I think there is a strong resistance to cost push because of this. And obviously, that is a very big, problem for them to en masse move until regulation kicks in.
Jivraj, you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I agree with Kanoria ji. If you're talking about India, the industry is evolving very, very slowly on this matter actually. With most companies, sustainable packaging has only graduated from a coffee table discussion to the boardroom, but still remains in a discussion mode. In the absence of actually a definitive policy and guidelines from the government, the companies engaged in this industry have not seriously invested in the technology to manufacture or operationalize the sustainable packaging. Actually, so there needs to be a push from the government, either in terms of incentivizing or law enforcement. Uh, Still remains under discussion. Most companies, as Sakesh has mentioned, they have modified their mission statements and they have now sustainability goals. Uh, but cost reasons, infrastructure reasons, we don't see actual movement on the ground. Very, very few. Some companies have started monopolymer structures usage and things like that. But on the ground, things have not really moved as much as we had wished.
Good point. I think, and as we are speaking about on the ground, I think one of the realities today is we are in a post-pandemic world. We've already in India seen two waves of COVID-19. Several countries around the world have actually seen a third and potentially a fourth wave as well. And then this is something which is pretty much defining now how people are thinking about several aspects, including sustainability and including sustainable packaging as well. Madhavji, you have done a lot of work as part of research from the Indian Institute of Packaging. I wanted to bring you in and check, how have you seen the post-COVID world shape the demand for sustainable packaging? Is it increasing it? Is it fast pacing it? Is it receding it? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for inviting me in this forum. It's a very interesting topic. In fact, India has started working from the 5 years back, 2016. First, it has come launched with the government directives given to all the industries, because due to the global warming and all, and people have started having increasing the awareness on the sustainable packaging materials, and that has pushed to all the industries to start thinking about in this area. And government has also given a lot of directions to find out an alternatives to this thing. And one of the interesting part in post-COVID, or during COVID, I have seen that one has gone up like anything, and people have started using paper-based packaging material for all fast food and others, ready-to-eat product. Earlier, it was, people were not having the sense of plastics. That now people have started using a biodegradable based this is a pulp-based tray for different serving of the food products in the domestic as well as on the open areas also. And it's a very interesting part. Being an institute, I have seen that testing of packaging material has gone increased like anything. And during COVID also, we kept open our office, and our R&D laboratory got a lot of testing of packaging materials which are used for the exports market, and it has not gone down. The packaging market I didn't see that it has gone down. Rather, it has been same what it was. So from that angle, that sustainable packaging materials, which we are discussing here today, and I think the recycling concept, which 3R concept, which has been taken by everyone in a good way: reuse, reduce, and recycling. Out of that recycling part, a lot of steps have been taken, and a lot of companies, new companies came up to collect and recycle those packaging materials. I got contact of many of the company, new startup. They started collecting the packaging solid waste and segregation and sending for the recycling for the different granules, which will be mixed up for the body. And this is another area which I found they are also looking for the packaging professional to work with them, and they have demanded that if anybody is interested for working. And that area, I cannot deny that is a growth area where new generation people have came forward and started working in. I got opportunity to work with the recycling area while working in Hyderabad. I found that 68% of plastic material collected are recycled in our country. 92% of the polyester bottle, PET bottle, which these are recycled in our country and diverted to the different field. And if you see really the growth of the paper-based material, that has also gone up. Now, alternative to plastic, which people are talking of, the cellophane has started coming up, which is transparent material and pulp-based material that has also coming in. And people are talking about many other alternative packaging material besides the plastic, material. But plastic is not bad. I'm talking about the plastic is very good packaging material, and it is, if you use thermoplastics, which is recycle based, it's good to use it. You can use again. You can recycle it, and people are recycling. And EPR rules, extended producers responsibility, which government has given all these MNCs and big users. They have started giving the 5 years target to go from 30% to 90%. Many of my friends are working in MNC. They have started using that thing and giving good result. So these are the areas where I found that, because MNCs, they have, like Nestle and others, they have worked huge for this during COVID time, that different food items, Maggie and others had gone to reached the extended level. So here the question which is coming, that the COVID period and the post-COVID period, packaging is a noble subject. Without packaging, no product goes to anybody's house. So packaging will be remaining and its growth will be continued. Only thing which is important, that use of this sustainable packaging has to increase, and it is increasing, sir. And I am happy to announce that India is a country which is using 68% of the recycled packaging material of the solid waste. And government is also insisting the e-waste material, which is earlier was not there. People are started keeping the beans for the collecting e-waste. That is also going for the recycling separately. These are the good things which I can announce. And one more thing, Government of India has given chance to do the working on biodegradable packaging material. So in the biodegradable packaging material, we have got laboratory, and we have a laboratory in the 3 centers, Mumbai, Delhi and Hyderabad, where we are doing a lot of R&D work with the different industries. Even Conclave is also partnered with us. So we are making the new type of biodegradable packaging materials as a sustainable packaging materials to alter the different type of sourcing people are talking about. So these are the things, areas people are working. And also I'm telling you that plastic waste has been diversified for different use. MLP, which UFlex is making, they have trialed, they have given for making road making, which is another area. The garden chair making, barricade making of the roads, all that different way we are diversifying this type of things. This is one way we can tell that this area will be growing, and government will be pushing up for the new type of industries to work with. So in nutshell, I can tell you it's a very good subject for working with and startup to come up.
Fantastic, Madhav. I think it's great to hear, and it's fantastic to hear that during pandemic and even the period post that, you are seeing real actions being taken across the board, whether it's industry, whether it's startup as well. And you also gave a lot of examples of sustainable packaging, whether it's recycling, whether it's monopolymer. I think this is something which I find very few people really understand. What does one really mean by sustainable packaging? People seldom gets confused whether it's recycling, whether it's the 3 R's that you mentioned about reuse, reduce, recycle, or whether it's something completely else. Jibra, just pulling you back again on this one. You've been seeing packaging over multiple years, multiple decades. How does one think about sustainable packaging? How do you define what is sustainable or not?
See, very simply put, sustainable packaging is something which would not cause environmental damage. The route could be many: recyclability or reusability or biodegradability. It doesn't matter. How can we maintain an equilibrium of our packaging needs and the environment? This is very important. If the packaging is able to keep up this equilibrium, then it is a sustainable packaging. Sustainable packaging should be able to provide this. That is the main criteria. How does one differentiate it from normal modes? So far, we have been mostly practicing linearity in usage of plastics as a packaging material in India. We were not worried too much on the waste aspect. We had created resource efficiency on sourcing, supply chain, operations, distributions, etc., and left the government and the township to worry about the wastage. This has been the normal mode so far. It is time now for us to go circular and deal with the waste too. So, we need to change our mindset from a normal mode of operation, which is linearity at present. Most companies, even 60-70% of the packaging companies, they don't worry about their waste. They simply want to see their waste in the landfills and related conditions. So we need to change our mindsets, and this is the need of the hour.
Perfect. And I think it's a great way where you described sustainable packaging as well, that it's really what causes the least environment damage, or actually protects the environment a lot. It could be any of these forms. I think form and shape are outcomes, but I think the intent and process becomes a great part. So I think that brings a lot of clarity in terms of how should we think about it. Shifting gears, Saket, you have been a part of the industry for long. You've seen how sustainable packaging and the demand for this has evolved. You feel now many industries coming up. Investors you already mentioned. What is the role today that say a industry or say government could take, either in terms of policy, in terms of usage, that can really drive up the demand for sustainable packaging, make it more affordable, make it really happen in use versus staying on as concept on paper?
Well, the government has already started taking steps. This EPR rules have been, in the right direction. But I think the goalposts keep changing. And let's say they make a law, then it is extended. The implementation is extended. COVID also caused extension. So, it's time now that they freeze a date by which time you have to use sustainable or recyclable packaging. And there is no way that this can be extended, because if product manufacturers know that they will get an extension, then real effort on the ground is very lax. And also harmonization of laws across states of India is very, very important, because many states have stricter laws, some have not such strict laws. So as a country, we have to have one common agency and one common law in this respect, because it's a very critical aspect. We've seen the climate change report recently, and it's quite scary what they are predicting. And it's not that it's a fantasy, it's a reality. So it's, we need to, as a country, harmonize these rules, regulations. And I understand that India is not so easy to govern, and we have these states which have all their own laws and thinking. But this is a very critical, yet not very dominant topic, and it has to be taken more seriously by everyone.
And Zagit, do you see anything on the back end, whether it's from the supply chain aspect, from the supply of materials, and the process through which many of these packaging solutions are created? Is there anything which the industry can do on that aspect? I think there is one on adoption, which he spoke about how government can play a role, but on the other aspects of the value chain.
So I think that the packaging industry and the materials industry in India, the entire supply chain is fairly contemporary with the rest of the world. And we do have the technologies which can be adapted very quickly. Luckily, the packaging in the industry in India, because of this high growth over the last 20-30 years since liberalization, has had a very high growth, and that has only resulted in new and modern technologies coming in. In fact, most of our plants are more modern than even plants in Europe. So because there has been no growth, so there's been not that kind of investment. Whereas in India, a typical company is investing constantly year on year. So I think that it is more to do with demand pull and education, and really pulled by the consumers. For example, you buy a product, will you be willing to pay a little higher price for that product if it comes out of sustainable packaging, rather than if it comes out of non-sustainable packaging, is the real key to this solution ultimately. Because at the end of the day, obviously, recycled packaging or sustainable packaging in the initial stage is going to be a little more expensive than what is being used today. So everyone has to be ready to support that. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy to implement. But once it's implemented, it becomes a way of life. And the hit to a consumer is not anything very significant. So it's just about the attitude, I think.
Absolutely. And as you rightly said, I think it's about making it a way of life. Once people stop differentiating and once this becomes the only format, I think that's where we would have truly achieved the pinnacle in terms of sustainable packaging. And I think you did mention a very important point around the government regulations and adoption. I think I just want to bring Madhav also in on that. Madhav, you've been looking at policy aspects, how the environment can be made more friendlier for sustainable packaging. You also looked at how does India stand with respect to other developed countries as well. Would be great. Where are we on that curve, and what's the journey ahead for us?
Yeah. See, as far as my knowledge goes, government has also already started taking the action in it. And you must have been aware earlier, people are not aware of this single-use plastics, what is that? And people have started talking about, what is that, how to do, what to about. Government is given already very clear instruction and in direction that these are the three small matters which people are not concentrating. The straw which we are using, cups, all these things which are using for daily one-time use, and it is that just thrown away and it is dumping here and there. That has to be stopped. This is a first step which has been taken by government. Is a good step, and people will be now they are aware of that. This should not be used. The more seminars and this conference and newspaper, all this advertisement, all the things that has created a lot of, even school areas, children's also awareness has been created that we should not use that type of packaging material which are not good for the environment, which is not to be used for that. They have to stop it. And government not only given the direction for using number of the items, suppose these are plastic items, so it is a polyester, LDP, HDP, they are giving numbering in the triangle in the backside of the container so that recycler they know, and segregator, rack pickers, they know where it will going, in which bin it will be going. Accordingly, it is being recycled, being done. Now, people have started thinking about the more, natural based packaging material. Interesting thing I have seen in the market, people have started talking about the coconut-based, husk-based, bamboo-based, pulp-based, palm leaf-based, corn-based plastics, cellophane, bamboo-based. So these are the things. So many new items has come up, and government is also encouraging this type of natural packaging material because this is helping the ethnic people to come up. The very poor people, they are coming in the working also, and that type of thing has also started coming in for the fast food serving and others. That area where single-use plastics has to alternative packaging material, people are looking forward. And this is bagasse is another material which is waste of these cane sugar industries that has come up with another industry for making this type of alternative to single-use plastic packaging materials, bagasse-based trays, cups and tubs, which is starting in. So this is a thing area where a lot of work has been coming, and government has given the direction already to the industries how slowly it will be transforming. That is also direction given, encouragement is given for the startup industry to coming up in this area, and government is making policies for as Mr. Kanodia has said rightly, that there should be one direction for all of the states. That type of things is the harmonization of the rules and regulation going on thinking. So once it will be finalized, it will be implemented. But one direction has gone from the CPR, for control of Central Pollution Control Board. So they have already given the common direction to everyone. That is whether it is any state, irrespective of the state, that direction has reached. Now, state-wise, municipality-wise, they are making all these rules, but that will be coming in the common rule. That will be coming once it has been finalized. We will come to see that all the things have been implemented. And I think I can tell you, India is doing good work, and India will be growing. And this area will be first growing sector in the industry because people will be talking more sustainable packaging materials. Awareness is going up like anything. And I think it's a very good thing will be coming up very soon, and we'll see all type of alternative packaging material or sustainable packaging plastic materials will be coming up, like the biodegradable packaging material will be coming up soon. Though it is expensive, as you Mr. Kanodia said, it is right. But if you are using this sustainable packaging material, cost will be going up, and people have to contribute for that. And that type of things already, the premium market, it has coming in, and people are paying for that. And if it is common, then it will be, people will be, the awareness will be spread, and people will be coming and contributing like that.
No, fantastic to hear the kind of steps government has taken, and how you're saying, the policy levels are now coming up to a common footprint across, several aspects, whether it's geographies, whether it's types of packaging, etc. Shifting gears from, government and industry to actually our consumers. And I think, Jeevraj, you, put in a point earlier that, consumers need to really want the sustainable packaging. Now, packaging, if I was to think of myself as a consumer, is a balance of several things. It's about convenience, it's about functionality, it's about sustainability. So how does, the industry think about this in terms of balancing all of this out? And then one of the key aspects which is also playing a role is, e-commerce. E-commerce has really boomed in over the last, couple of years. Pandemic is further fast-paced. Digital has now become a word of life, part of life. So how are you seeing both of these aspects play out? One, on the one hand, consumers balancing these needs, and on the other hand, e-commerce boom happening as well. Jeevraj, if you could unmute as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you see, there are three primary stakeholders, in the whole thing: the government, the industry, and the consumer. The goals of the government is clearly defined, but the roadmap to achieve the targets are still not clear. They're struggling to find EPR as EPR and PWM rules as a very viable option. The consumer as a stakeholder is ignorant about sustainable packaging and doesn't care much on how we do it, as long as they can avoid seeing the plastic waste not affecting their lives. So this puts the onus on the industry. Unless the industry is incentivized or pushed by the government, it is not interested in investing in sustainable solutions. It would take investments in tweaking the converting, packaging, and filling lines, and to run sustainable packaging vis-a-vis a conventional packaging material. So the chain of events triggering the demand would begin with the government, number one, by creating an infrastructure for collecting, sorting, and segregating plastic waste for the municipal solid waste, as also using some stick and more carrots to enable industry make investments to adapt to the sustainable packaging. Number two, initiatives by the industry in terms of investments in recycling and converting their lines to run sustainable packaging. And number three, the consumer being more responsible in not collecting the waste. When it comes to e-commerce, e-commerce is the largest user of single-use plastics. And with the kind of growth e-commerce industry is experiencing, the single-use plastic was the first thing which the government had in mind to implement it. So if you see the PWM rules and the EPR is largely focused on single-use plastics, the multi-layer plastics and the functional plastics, as we call, they are not addressed as much as the single-use plastics are concerned. There is a clear indication by the government that single-use plastics will be phased out slowly but surely. Right now they've only addressed certain carry bags, spoons, forks, plates, and glasses and things like that. But a very large amount of single-use plastic goes into packing e-commerce. So all the e-commerce companies are well aware of this, and most e-commerce companies have their origin from the Western world, and there are a lot of implementation of sustainable packaging in e-commerce in those countries. So like Flipkart, Amazon, they've already started eliminating plastics from their packaging. And sooner or later, I'm seeing about 12 to 15 months from now, e-commerce will be able to phase out the plastic packaging very successfully from their product portfolio. So these are some of the actions being taken at the e-commerce level.
Sagit, you must be interacting a lot with e-commerce players as well. And how do you see packaging involved, and is e-commerce also pushing the demand up for sustainable packaging?
Sorry, is that question for me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. We do not interact so much with e-commerce players yet, but certainly e-commerce players are, to my mind, more evolved, and they are pushing for sustainable solutions and more recyclable solutions. So it's a very good development in a way, their effort to promote this kind of thing. But sometimes as a consumer, you get too much of packaging in all these e-commerce, whatever we buy off the net. So there has to be some better way that they can reduce the amount of packaging they're using in the first place.
Fantastic, fantastic. Madhavji, you as part of IIP have recently come up with this publication on, developments in recycling, sustainable packaging and way forward. It's pretty comprehensive document. How are you seeing the market evolve for, some of these sustainable packaging products? If you could share a light from the work that you've done.
Yeah, actually, people have started, realizing earlier. People are not realizing that this is a very important for our daily life. People are not earlier aware of the packaging. Whatever it was coming, people will just look at and use it. Now consumer awareness has gone up like anything. So whatever things are they are getting it, they look at the all shelf life, what packaging material they are using, whether recyclable or not, whether this is good for health or not, contamination is there or not. All the type of thinking people have already, awareness has gone up. Now question comes the contribution of IIP in the sustainable packaging and recyclable and all. We have started working with the industry because we cannot work alone, because researchers, they'll be trying to find out new bio-based polymer which will be much more biodegradable and sustainable packaging material once it is used, and it will not be harmful for the environment. This type of solution we are going to produce and we are going to give it. Once it is being finalized and it will flourish, then it will be coming to the industry, people will be using it. Though it is expensive initially, as Mr. Kanuri has also mentioned, then later on people will be understanding the importance of that packaging material, people will be using it. Another thing is, I am telling you that the education or an awareness, this is much more important than anything else. When you are talking about the solid waste and packaging waste, there should be separate bins, which European country and other countries they have. And if you start using that bins, then collection of those materials going for the directly recycling will be easier for them. So that type of awareness may be interested for the important for the not only consumer, for also recycling point of view. I have seen these rack pickers and recyclers, they have to spend time for this segregation. That segregation to the initial point, if it could be done, that may helpful for the quick recycling and collection material, and that will be going. There is no waste remaining there. 40% waste which is not recycled. I'm telling you that has gone for the combustion unit for making the heat energy and renewable energy. That can be reduced further if segregation can be done, or from 68% it may go up to 70-80% if we can make it proper segregation, and that can be imposed onto the consumer awareness point of view, because being a consumer we have also responsibility, and from government point of view this type of awareness can be increased through seminar, through different types of forum and discussion, advertisement. This is what we can do it, and that can help. Really society will be getting benefit out of it, right?
Fantastic. I think those are all the right points, and it's great to see that there is so much advanced thinking that's going into this topic. Sagit, coming back to you, TCPL as well, we've seen your focus has been sustainable packaging over the last many years. We've also recently invested in the single polymer flexible packaging line. You also mentioned there is this cost trade-off that's always there with sustainability. How are you seeing the market evolve amidst all of this? You've gone in with this big investment as well. So what's your view on that?
So if I look back at TCPL's success and growth, it is a lot due to the adoption of new technologies which are on offer, and we have never shied away from it. And when we came across this technology and we learned a little more about it, we had no hesitation in going ahead, even though it is early days, and we will have to stick it out. So I would say that if we are able to utilize 30-40% of its capacity in truly recyclable packaging, we'll be quite happy initially, and then over a period of time, it will ramp up. I'm quite confident of that. The market is huge. It is many times the capacity that we've set up. I know Uflex has also done the same. But for a company like us, which is the early days into flexible packaging, it's a big move, and it's a differentiator. And we feel that theoretically and technically, it is a very viable, prospect. We can reduce weight also, and yet we can maintain functional properties. So we are very excited about this coming up, and we think that the market will only grow as Mr. Chakravarti has mentioned. There is a lot of drive towards this, and the multinational peer pressure is also quite acute. So, we are very excited about this coming up soon.
Oh, fantastic to hear the positive sentiment around the entire concept of sustainable packaging and the investments you're making. When it comes to investments, let me also get back to Deepraj. I think Uflex is one of the largest, flexible players, not just in India but globally as well, with a large global footprint. You have been investing a lot on recycling. How does packaging find a second life? How do you see this agenda progress? Does this impact the supply chain? Have you had to make investments on this? How is the future coming along? And I think just one other thing linked to this is also you do a lot of been a lot of thinking on multi-layer as well. So is that also truly recyclable? There are many myths around it as well. So Yuvraj, maybe as you're answering the overall recycling question, would great to hear your views on that aspect as well.
So we have been trying to tell the world that MLP is completely recyclable, 100% recyclable. All you need to do is to remove the aluminum foil and the paper-based multi-layer plastics. If it is all plastics, it can be recycled very successfully. We have been doing this from 1996. We got a award from Davos on the ability to recycle multi-layer plastics. We got an award from 1995 from Dr. Manmohan Singh, then finance minister, for doing this. But a couple of decades back, it remained silent. People were not so conscious about it. So we had the technology, and presently we have investment in both recycling infrastructure as well as technology to make plastics biodegrade. At present, we have an infrastructure to recycle approximately 18,000 metric tons of mixed plastics and some 12,000 metric tons of PET bottles. Just to let you know that we recycle PET bottles to make PET film. We don't recycle PET bottles to make yarns or fibers. So this can also be termed as upcycling. So it's a true circularity which is emerging out of it. The MLP recycling involves tweaking of the technology a little bit. All you need to do is a couple of changes to the recycling technology. It's not a proprietary technology anymore. So you need to divide the recycling into two extruders. Basically what we call it is a mother and a baby extruder. Remove volatiles, which is generating from inorganic.
Your voice is not coming.
Sorry, Jivraj, I think.
So all you need to do is to add a compatibilizer, which is a blockchain polymer, where one side of the block has affinity towards high temperature rheology materials like polyester, and the other side of the block has affinity to the lower temperature materials like polyolefins. So very simple tweaking of this technology enables recycling of MLP very successfully. Coming back to the investments, so at present we recycle something like 18,000 metric tons of mixed plastics and 12,000 metric tons of polyester bottles. Our Mexico and Poland plants are under commissioning, which would enhance our recycling capacity to somewhere in the range of 36,000 metric tons of multi-layered plastics and 60,000 tons of polyester upcycling. We have a big target by year end 2023. All our plants across India and all our global locations will have recycling infrastructure. Our goal is to recycle 120,000 metric tons of mixed plastics and 250,000 metric tons of PET upcycling every year. So this, of course, will involve major investments. Yes, unlike our global locations, we have challenges in getting the supplies of waste in India. This awareness is still not there. The present rack picker system is not yielding to comfortable supplies and poses a daily challenge to keep the recycling system fed properly. So this is really paradoxical. As on one hand, we are making a big hue and cry about plastic waste all around, while on the other hand, we keep struggling to get enough waste supplies. All our waste recycling plants, sometimes they starve for want of material. There's a big paradox in the system. Basically, this is because of the rack picker system, which is slow, and the rack picker doesn't want to pick up the system. So unless we have a solid waste, municipal solid waste sorters, which like in our global locations, they have the ability to provide segregated plastics on a consistent and daily basis. In India, this is yet to come. And I'm sure government is making note of it. We need to, since source segregation is missing, it is very difficult to educate 130 crore people to go in for source segregation. The countries abroad have been doing it for the last 4 or 5 decades. So best is to, collect the municipal solid waste and have an automatic system to segregate plastic. It is already available in China and many countries. There are automatic sorters available. Because rack pickers, although, it sounds a little harsh on their employment opportunities and things like that, but rack pickers would not pick up the plastic, which is so thin and weightless, So we need to work on that because the recycling infrastructure will eventually come. But if we still struggle to feed the infrastructure, then we are not doing justice to the investments, So this is one thing which we need to. While there is a lot of positivity, government is also doing a lot of work. Consumers are also aware, but actual focus has to be on the collection and segregation system. Recycling investments are not much. Industry is very proactive to monopolymer, so recyclability will further enhance. But as I said, the collection system has to be robust. Even if we have a monopolymer packaging material, how do I pick up, say for example, lace? If lace decides to go in for monopolymer, how do I pick up lace only? So it has to be automatic and it has to be a comprehensive collection system.
So very good point there, Jivraj. Actually, I think investments at a concentrated level easier to do, but investments on supply chain, the entire ecosystem to actually make them work. That's where really the rubber will hit the road, and this dream will really become a reality. Madhav, you've been thinking on this topic from a supply chain ecosystem perspective. Where are we, and what do you think? What changes will need to be made to enable this market to happen, which Saket and Jivraj were just talking about?
Yeah, actually, he is rightly said, Jivraj, that the segregation and of the material collection and segregation, India is solely depending on the rack pickers, and rack pickers, huge number of rack pickers are working. I know some companies they have connection or the mobile connection with the rack pickers of huge numbers. Once they click that I need this material, the huge quantity they collect, and that material is reaching to the recycler unit. That's the way people are working. That type of system should be working, starting working the other part of the country. In the southern part, it is very much working. So that type of system. But second thing is that, as rightly said, government has already given a direction of the increasing of thickness, minimum thickness of the all single the pouches and others, that has been increased from the low level thickness to 60 microns. So that's the thing. Direction has already given. Why? because the pouches which they are picking up, rag pickers, when they are going their body and collecting only one single plastic small material, it weight doesn't come for the soil survival. So people will be only interested if little heavier material only there. This is one. And at the same time, if it is a very lighter material, it will flying, and it will flying from here to another places, and it will choking the drains and covering the trees, leaves and all. This environmental pollution can create it in the river also when it is flowing and flying and depositing. So that can be stopped when heavier plastic material can be used. So government has rightly taken the initiative. So if you increase the plastic thickness, minimum plastic thickness, that can solve this type of problems and issues and collection. Second part, as I mentioned earlier, we should have separate, bins for collection of the packaging materials waste. So earlier, I have seen in the Western country, they have on their front of the gate, the people are dumping on that. That type of culture we have to develop in the society. Then collection of the material, right material, because segregation, it takes time. So they'll be quicker and it will be reaching to the actual recycling people who is recycling that type of material. So instead of going all together, so segregation, it takes time for the recycler to find out which is suitable, which is not suitable. If it is a collection point that is segregated and reaching to the right unit, it will half of the problem will be solved and huge quantity will be collected. It will going and industry can run well, and they can produce the recycled granules which can be mixed up for the making new type of containers, new types of materials, diversified packaging materials, diversified product. Another thing which government I have seen that is one is a plasma-based pyrolysis. This is what whichever residual material, that type of technology can also come in our country for making the segregation of the different raw material like carbon dioxide and different gases which is mixing the composite, that can be segregated further into carbon dioxide and water. That type of little expensive technology, once it will be coming, the pollution control that can be reduced. That is of the another options, because I was there in the meeting of FSSI. These options is also started thinking of, and we are talking about the recycling and this pyrolysis. This is also another thing will be coming up in the new future, in future, and then people will be thinking that which is not recyclable, which is not being used, that from that material which cannot be separated out, or which is a composite, that can be taking the pyrolysis unit, and we can also convert it into the carbon dioxide or water. So which is not environmental, harmful. That type of technology will be coming in, and government is thinking in that way. So I am telling you the again little advanced, but it will be soon. You'll be finding all the things will be coming in India, and we'll be using those technology happily.
Fantastic, fantastic. It's been great to hear all your views. We have a very, very engaged audience, and they have been pouring it with a lot of questions. Let me, take few of those. Saket, maybe I'll take this one for you. How do we really educate the end consumer, end user? How does he or she come to know that something is sustainable or not, and how does one really orient them to adopting more sustainable packaging? Any thoughts on this?
I think the government has done a lot of effort in single-use plastic and very clear-cut guidelines. Similarly, in consumer packaging, a recycle logo and the importance of that has to be more emphasized, to my mind, and therefore consumers will give more weightage and importance to it and pick up products which have that logo. I think that's a very important enabler for a real demand pull towards sustainable or recyclable. I like to use the word recyclable more than sustainable, because I think that's sustainability is a very big topic, and it's very complicated. I think from a packaging perspective, I feel that we should focus on recyclability more than anything else, to resolve most of the issues that we face in day-to-day life.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that's a great point, and once our consumers are aware about these aspects completely, and this starts influencing decisions at a day-to-day level, I think things will really start happening as well. BCG has done a lot of studies on this topic, and I think that's been one of the things that we Awareness has been increasing. I think the awareness to action has also started, but the full scale action is yet to happen. Jivraj, moving to the next question, this one I would like to direct to you. How is this entire move towards recycling, sustainability also enabling the packaging industry to create a good global play, just not just in India alone, but actually become known in the global world, global paradigm, and how is this entire theme helping Indian companies do that?
See, I think once we address the problem in the country, automatically things will percolate to the global market also. Let me tell you, in terms of producing sustainable packaging material, Indian companies are more progressive and more advanced. They have a lot of technology. If it can be put to use, then
Jivraj is not audible.
Sorry, we lost you.
Connectivity problem.
I think some technical glitch there with Jivraj.
Technical rules would be there.
Yeah. Saket, you want to take this till Jivraj comes back? How is this enabling companies to really expand from India to a global play?
Yeah, I think it will obviously, when you have a base volume in your own country, then you have the equipment, you have the infrastructure and all that developed. And given our competitiveness, it's quite possible for us to exploit global. So it will certainly help us because it's very difficult to set up an industry in India only from the export perspective. But when you have such a big domestic market, you can leverage that to export to the world. So it's a very big help, and we will be successful, in exporting. Already there's a good growth in exports in the packaging world, and I only see that growing.
Fantastic. We have Jivraj also back now. So
I would just like to, finish that point. So we see, both the rules, the PWM and the EPR rules need to emphasize on recycling and biodegradability. Proper EPR credits for using recyclable material, using biodegradable material, subsidies on capital investments in recycling and acquiring the technology of biodegradation. This is very much essential. We should also include such investments under CSR. Reduction in GST on regranulated material. Presently, if you see the GST is 5% on the input waste, but when you recycle it, it is 18% on the recycled material, and so on and so forth. So government is a big enabler in this whole process. If it can incentivize the industry in terms of capital subsidies, in terms of GST, in terms of including my activities under CSR, then it will be a big enabler. And also the government must invest in infrastructure for collecting and segregating the waste. So with this together, the consumer will be the biggest beneficiary. He will not be seeing the plastic waste littered around. If we provide proper system, both from the government as well as the industry side, we'll all be having a happy life, in terms of using packaging material.
Fantastic. Actually, that answers part of the next question that was there from the audience. But maybe, Mother, getting you also to add to a little what Jivraj mentioned. Can technology play a really crucial role in preparing a roadmap for cost-effective, sustainable, recyclable packaging?
Yes, obviously, there is a lot of researchers doing more research on bio-based polymers and that type of material. If it is coming in, people are trying to find out an alternative resources to reduce the cost at low cost packaging materials, raw materials if it is available. And this will be helpful to not only manufacturing industries, but also the consumer industries, those who are buying the packaging material, that will be helpful. Currently, the imported biodegradable granules, which is very expensive, that can be removed, and Indian indigenous product, which can be produced in India, that can be one of the alternative material at a low cost, biodegradable polymers which can be used for making. Once that type of things will be coming up, then cost issues may be reduced. And Jivraj has rightly mentioned regarding the GST and others, which I can tell you that this can be industry can put up as suggestions, or they can appeal to the industries and they'll look into that matter. That can also be seen. And this type is a good suggestion that if it can be some it can be seen on that way, that can be helpful for those who are investing money for this recycling point of view. And this is one part where Jivraj, you can also give your suggestion being a industry player when there is a meeting held in the government level, and if you are putting it up, definitely it will be looked into and it can be seen. And from the other point of view, as I said, that researchers are researching many. I'm telling you this, in a lot of university they are working on that, but actual research, industrial field research that comes is very less. So focused area researchers, if they come out with that, I am also doing that thing. We are also looking forward that type of polymers, which is a low cost polymers, can be coming up. Once it is being lower than the imported granules, then it will be one of the solutions which can be controlled. And other part, as he said, that rightly, that what Jibraj ji and Saket ji he is doing, that type of polymer which is recycling already in the market, but encouragement should be there, people to use that type of polymer. And once it is being done, then people will be looking into then alternative solutions to all things which people are talking about, news around that plastic based packaging material, which will be there. Finally, I can tell you, then it will be still in the market, it will be going, because plastic is not bad. If it can be used rightly, we can use plastic based packaging much more and suitable for our daily life. This is what. At the same time, there is alternative packaging material, sustainable packaging material like paper, metal, glass. It will be also there. All packaging materials, they are having some advantages and limitations. On the basis of advantages and limitations, use will be there, application will be there. But we cannot remove any type of packaging material as such. All will be there. That is what my final suggestion.
I just thanks, Madhav. I think we just have one time left for one more question. I think I would request all of you to comment on this one. I think the question is around what are the other enablers which either government, industry, or consumers, or as packaging players, all of you can take to enable this to grow even more rapidly and even at a fast pace to really overshoot the goals and ambitions that the country has set for itself. Maybe Saket, we can start with you on this one.
Yeah, ultimately the best enabler is where you have to hit him where it hurts most. And ultimately, if you are using non-recyclable, non-sustainable product, then there has to be a punishment for it. And the only other way, the way is to levy a tax or a fee or a penalty for companies which do that. So I think not immediately, you have to give them time to gear up, but ultimately I think that that threat should be hanging on our heads.
Jivraj, Madhav, would you like to add anything to this?
Yeah, so as I said, there are many enablers, but if I have to rank in order of the preference, as you all know, EPR guidelines are under amendment, and we will soon see the amended EPR rules. I hope this message goes to the right ears so that the EPR rules can be modified for two things. One is that please do not send plastic waste to cement kilns, because we are wasting this magical molecule. It can be recycled. Recycling will be enabled only when you give proper EPR credits. If you have to recycle 1 kg of plastic or use 1 kg of recyclable plastic, then give 1.25 kg worth of EPR credit, and so that this will discourage using waste into cement kilns and encourage the recycling industry. As also, government will have to spend on municipal solid waste sorting system, which will not come very soon. So immediate focus has to be using biodegradable material, because collection will continue to remain a challenge. So you must use recyclable and biodegradable. So these are the two enablers if I had to prioritize. And hope it goes to the right ears and EPR is modified, because this is under finalization. The draft is under finalization, and if this can be done, then this will be the best gift to our country.
Final thoughts, Madhav, on this?
Yeah, see, one thing, India has, made awareness among the many people and many of the common people. But I think that awareness can help us a lot to use, this type of things. That could be done only through, different seminars, which today you're doing. A similar type of, more seminar, conference, and in the schooling level also, in the children and parents. So those are user, ultimately consumers. If they can be educated well, then segregation part will be half of the segregation part will be over. Yes, government has to take the initiative that we have discussed, but the things has to be thrown in the basket. Waste has to be put in the proper basket, and it should not be thrown away on the street here and there. These type of things, that awareness will help us to make our society clean and environmental clean and pollution free. This is finally what I thought I must communicate to everyone. Thank you.
Fantastic. I must say, very, very interesting panel discussion. Thanks a lot, everyone, for contributing your views so clearly and visibly. Clearly, this is a big priority. I think the nation has big aspirations for sustainable packaging. And as you all mentioned, it needs government, industry, packaging players, consumers to all come together and work together to make this happen. Awareness is clear, supply chain is clear, investments are clear, but till, the full demand and there are right incentives created, the journey will be long ahead, but will surely happen. So thanks a lot for your time today. Lovely engaging with all of you. Arnab, back to you.
Thank you. It was a wonderful session, and it reminds me of a song, "When Will They Ever Learn? When Will They Ever Learn?" So a lot of education has to be done in the front of the awareness has to be spread. Yes, we are talking about sustainable, environmental friendly things, and there is a cost associated to it. The technology may take a path in taking care of the cost side, and a lot of the government direction has to be framed so that sustainable packaging can be can create further demand for the consumers to use. And so with this, we are very grateful for Mr. Madhav Chakraborty, Joint Director and Regional Head of Indian Institute of Packaging, for wonderful deliberation, our guest of honor, and also our special guest, Mr. Saket Kanaria, Managing Director of TCPL Packaging Limited, Mr. Jivraj Pillai, Joint President, Packaging and New Product Development, Uflex Limited. And we thank you all for the first inaugural edition of our Packaging Conclave. And we are also thankful to Mr. Sumit Gupta, Managing Director and Partner of Boston Consulting Group, for wonderfully, moderate the session. And we are also thankful to all the participants who have listened all the deliberations with lots of patience, and also ask, I think, some pertinent questions which was very relevant to the discussion and enrich the discussions as well. We are thankful to all our silver sponsor SRF, our associate sponsors Holdia Petrochemical and Cosmo Films. So with this, we will come to the end of the session, and we thank you all, and we'll catch you soon at the next session on sustainable packaging, blending technology cocktail with optimization and efficiency, exactly at 11:50 a.m. Thanking you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back for our Bcc&I Packaging E-Conclave Experts Roundtable session with Sustainable Packaging Blending Technology Cocktail with Optimization and Efficiency. The moderator is Mr. Ronojoy Basu, Area Sales Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia, Emerson and Renwick Group, and the Conclave Chairman of Bcc&I E-Packaging Conclave. Now we have very eminent speakers in this session. We have Professor Prasad Balanaya, Director of SIS School of Packaging, Mr. Robin Banerjee, MD and CEO of Caprihans India Limited, Mr. Shubhashish Kumar Roy, Chief Operating Officer, Parsons Packaging Limited, Mr. Pankaj Poddar, CEO, Cosmo Films. We'll come to the introduction of Mr. Ronojoy Basu. Mr. Ronojoy Basu is Area Sales Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia, Emerson and Renwick Group, and also the Conclave co-chairman of this Packaging E-Conclave. He has done his engineering in printing and packaging technology from MIT Manipal, has worked with organization Hasia Packaging, Bob's Group, Nord Medicania, and currently working for market development for Emerson Renwick for Asia and Middle East. He's also mentoring a team of underprivileged young group and have been visiting faculty for few business colleges. Professor Prasad Balan Iyer, Director of SIS School of Packaging, is a Director of SIS School of Packaging Technology Center, Mumbai, which is a center of excellence for packaging education, training, testing, R&D, and advisory services in India. He was earlier the Vice Principal and Head of Department of Printing and Packaging Technology at SIS Graduate School of Technology. Mr. Robin Banerjee, MD and CEO of Caprihans India Limited. Earlier, he served in several multinational global corporations in senior leadership positions, including Hindustan Unilever, ArcelorMittal Germany, Thomas Cook, SS Steel, Suzlon Energy. Mr. Shubhashish Kumar Roy is the Chief Operating Officer of Parsons Packaging Limited, a business leader with more than 30 years of experience with core expertise in packaging domain covering sales and marketing, complete operations and supply chain management. He's basically a chemical engineer from NIT Durgapur who started his career with Alpha Level, a Swedish major in dairy and food technology. Mr. Pankaj Poddar, the CEO of Cosmo Films, who has more than 23 years of experience, has worked with large multinational companies, a CA and PGDBM by profession. He loves to take challenging assignments, and the specialties is business knowledge of FMCG, packaging and automotive business, turnaround specialist, quick decision maker with strengths in commercial analytics, negotiation, team engagement, and strategy building. Over to Mr. Basu.
Thank you, Arnab. Good morning or good afternoon, all of you and all the eminent speakers in the industry. I know most of them personally also, and they're really one of the pillars in each industry. And I thought this would be a lovely forum to discuss sustainability, which is going all the way around in not only in India, but all across the globe. It's very close to my heart too, because I am in 2 decades in the flexible packaging and other forms of packaging in the industry. And it's a subject which we all talk. Some of the executions are happening some parts of the world. little bit slow in India, but I think on the execution side, we would be talking more today. How do we optimize and effectively use on the sides of the sustainable packaging? So probably I first throw the opening questions to Mr. Pankaj Poddar. What is sustainability and why it is so important in our day-to-day life?
Sustainability by word itself is fairly clear, Ranjay. Thanks for this opportunity. What we are saying is that we live in a world which is sustainable, which can continue, and we should not reach a level where there are no more resources. And, so in packaging, sustainability is actually, it is so important in everything, whether it is textiles, whether it is in packaging, whether it is in construction. But given that we are discussing packaging, right now, the more packaging that we are using, whether it is in paper form, whether it's in plastic, metal, anything and everything. First is it has to use minimum resources because resources are limited. And you cannot keep generating resources. There will be a point in time when there will be no more resources if we do not reuse them. And second thing is, so one is reduce, and second is recycle. That how can we recycle them, bring them back to value chain? Because if we keep disposing them, there's a commercial value attached to it, and you are hurting your environment. You are hurting your surroundings. You are, they're not looking as good as they should. And that was actually quite a challenge in India a few years back, where you used to see plastics all around, and there's a lot of hue and cry around plastics. And I think since then, I would say a lot of initiatives have been taken by the industry and by government. And today we have reached a scenario where we do not see that much plastic on the roads. You have much more cleaner roads across the country. I won't say any particular region. And so a lot of plastics is either getting recycled or used in one form or the other. So sustainability is something where we are making a world where it can sustain itself. We are reducing, we are recycling, we are whatever is possible to make sure that resources stay for a much longer period.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important that we all together as, larger companies, schools of thoughts, of business, like-minded, join up and develop this world to become more sustainable over there. My next question would be probably to Mr. Banerjee over there saying, how do we make our environment a better place to live? Like the plastics is something which is always you see under scanner for many years. And it's also, have challenges to degrade by itself. How do you take that forward, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, thank you, Ronojoy. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone to give an opportunity to talk on such a very topical topic. Plastic is a bad word, and it's a very bad word. It's almost like a slang. Saying plastic, how can you ever utter the word? The problem is the plastic has become a bad word created by some people who does not want plastic to be around. The so-called industry who would be helped if plastic is not. Now, why is plastic a bad word? Plastic is a bad word because municipalities in most of the underdeveloped countries do a bad job of disposing the garbage. In order to make this world sustainable, which is what we discussed and Pankaj was discussing about that, we need to make this world clean. And why plastic is a bad word, whether it is a bad word or not, it's all because people believe, and people have been made to believe, that plastic is not biodegradable. Something which biodegrades is good. But we have forgotten a word, is it recyclable? In order to sustain this world, our products, whatever we are using, should either be recyclable or biodegradable. If it is recyclable and biodegradable, wonderful. Most of the plastic is not biodegradable, but most of the plastic is recyclable. Therefore, the answer to this question, that the why plastic, you plastic, me plastic, plastic bad word, is going down to the fact that if plastic, I use a food product, let's say I eat a biscuit, I take a biscuit and there is a plastic which is packaging, what I do, I throw it away. Now, if I would have somehow been thrown away responsibly, if someone could have collected responsibly, I, as a manufacturer of plastic industry, will be very happy to take it back and recycle, because that is free input for me. If you are in a PET manufacturing company, there is something called A-PET and R-PET. A-PET is amorphous PET, which is the virgin PET, but the recyclable PET, there is a business called recyclable PET. And just now Pankaj said that you do not see so much of plastics in the road. What you used to see 5-6 years before is plastic bottles or bottles of water. Today you don't see, because there is now an ecosystem which has been created to collect these plastic bottles by the rack pickers and goes back to the manufacturer for recycling. So the bottom line is the municipalities, and they need to now become more responsible. All of us, we need to be responsible to dispose of our plastic packaging so that we don't throw it away in the road. And number two, the municipalities must be able to pick the garbage properly. If the garbage is picked up properly, an industry is already developing, isolating plastics from that garbage and then recycling it so that the cycle of the economy continues to flow. So plastic is not a bad word. Plastic is being misrepresented to saying it is not biodegradable. It is not biodegradable, and there are many products in the world which is not biodegradable. But as long as we can recycle it, it is something which will help the mankind to progress in their civilization.
Very well said, Mr. Banerjee. I think that's the thing. Educate end user, government bodies coming together for segregation, the right segregation. I think we still have a lot of education left on the common end user to educate, which one to put on the right bin, which one not to put on the right bin, kind of a thing. So that those things, and probably make it more on the packaged products, make it more important and glow it more that, this is recyclable, this can be put on this kind of a bin, some things over there. The next one would be, as Mr. Roy has been in the other side of the packaging, which is the carton and the paper board, and would look, how does that work with our environment? Because whenever we talk about paper board or cardboard or something like that, we always think we are going to cut the trees. So that's another area where how would you say that how do we look at sustainability along with protecting the environment on the paper and the carton board?
Thank you, Ronoja. Thank you, august audience and my fellow speakers. It's a great opportunity to express my point of view, as well as for such an important subject, which is also close to my heart. Sustainability, I will take a paradigm shift. I think sustainability starts with first, not the 3 R's of reuse, reduce, recycle. I think it starts with responsibility. Sustainability also means frugality. Actually, we see so much of excess packaging, and somebody should make a sense of it and see whether it is a brand owner or end consumer. So that responsible behavior has to first be inculcated. And that is the starting point of sustainability. And the third is, we always look only at the materialistic side. We do not see the entire operation. That means, what is the true impact? What is the other ingredient or other input going into packaging, whether it is power, whether it is water,
whether any other natural depletion of resources, those things are perhaps looked down upon when we just talk about sustainability, the material. We ignore somewhere the operational aspects. So the true way to measure which is sustainable and which is not sustainable is only by a life cycle cost assessment. And that's the approach if we take whenever we are choosing material, whether it is a plastic, whether it is paper or it is a metal, I think we will find the right answer. So there is nothing called one size fits all. So paper could be very interesting material when it comes to sustainability. Yet, without plastics, we will be living in a world which will be less sustainable. Let me put it, though I am in paper-based packaging, but I am a strong believer that without functional property, we will be nowhere. Whether, even if we have to impart any functional property, anything to do with the primary packaging, even if it is a paper-based, there is no such wonder material today, at least known to mankind, which can protect and preserve, which is the fundamental starting point. Then comes aesthetics, then comes distribution, then comes marketing. Without plastics, we are nowhere. So the question lies a smart assessment, smart choice of material, and take a holistic approach. And that's my take when it comes to paper-based packaging. So it doesn't mean plastic is bad, but what makes sense in a given situation, whether it is a plastic or a metal or a natural resource like paper, we have to make a prudent choice based on its overall impact, overall assessment, both from operational perspective as well as end use.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. That was really nice, and it's good to hear that from, because we have here people from the plastics, we have here from the people from the carton board industry. It's to join hands together. So it's like plastics cannot disappear, as you said, it cannot go away. Paperboard has some functionalities, it cannot go away. So probably it's a mixed bag of together having a product which is safe for environment, safe for usage, safe for protecting our future planet. That's probably the thing. Coming back to Professor Iyer, what is your thoughts on this forum of sustainability, and how do you think about it? Because you have heard all the three eminent speakers speaking. So, that's the reason I kept you probably in the last, not for any other reason, but there to give your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Basu, and thank you to BCC&I and Mr. Chakraborty also to have me here. It's very a happy moment for me to share, space with the industry weights. In fact, if you ask me, I'll take, of course, we have seen a technical aspect to sustainability now. I think we as Indians, we don't need to worry about sustainability. I mean, that's what typically, Indians feel about. As we have already seen, other speakers talk about, especially as Mr. Banerjee told about how we look at plastics. And we also heard about, how we are dealing with plastics from Mr. Roy. I think, sustainability is very complicated. In fact, we heard about this earlier in our session when Mr. Saket Kanoria also told about. In our Indian tradition, unfortunately, a lot of us in India are now not knowing the old tradition or how we lived earlier. We are now going towards the Western culture, the Western way of life, not following sustainable practices. But if you go back to the Vedic era, I would probably give some examples of the Rig Veda, which specifically used the environment in a very judicious way. in fact, making full use of the Indian site. And it typically compared the trees to human beings. I don't know if people have heard about this. There is a shloka which comes from Vrikshayurveda, which says that one step is equal to 10 wells. One pond is equal to 10 step wells. One sun is equal to 10 ponds, and one tree is equal to 10 suns. Okay, so that is the amount of importance we used to give to sustainability in our day-to-day life. In fact, Rig Veda clearly makes a clear reference to a protective layer, right, which we today know as ozone, right? So we know about sustainability. In fact, our grandparents were using cloth bags even till recently when they used to go out to buy vegetables or fruits from market, because they would not like the sound of plastics itself, right? So point number one. Point number two is waste, pollution, plastic. These are all man-made problems. We are talking about plastic today because today, as Mr. Banerjee had put rightly, we need to shift our projection of plastic is a problem to plastic waste is manageable. Today, I think we need to educate people on how we deal with plastic waste. I think plastic is the most versatile material. We have seen enough examples from Mr. Roy also. One example that I usually take is, polyethylene, probably LDP, as we see as a simple film or a monolayer material. You also have a polyethylene which goes into orthopedic implants. So you can't have a better versatile material today to use than a plastic, right? So, and when we talk about plastics, we also talk about, MLP should not be used. In fact, Mr. Jeevraj had told that MLP can be recycled to a certain extent. But if we say that monolayer is going to be a solution for MLP, we are actually not working on the root cause. We are just working on what can we do so that we satisfy a certain regulation, right? Monolayer is again going to be a problem if we litter it. We are not judicious and we are not responsible in disposing it off. So I agreed to one point that Mr. Banerjee made is, when we say biodegradable, when I ask a question to the students today, when I say what is the problem with plastics, everybody says, the current generation, as I am saying, who are in the college, they say plastic is harmful to environment. The reason why, because it is choking the gutter. But what they don't realize is that it is we who actually dump it in the gutters, right? It is not supposed to be there. It can be recycled. So I think the problem here is littering and not the plastic. So if we, as educationists or academicians, this has to go down from our schools. We have to get this. It's already part of the curriculum for, say, CBSE and ICSE.
Professor
Yes,
Iyer,
Mr. Bala.
is your line? I think we lost your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's okay. Just in between,
Yeah.
we just lost your voice.
Yeah, sorry. So as I was telling that, we need to get this education right from our school level. And once it gets into the school level, the children, when they are very impressionable, that gets into them. And by the time they are in the industry and they're thinking about problems to, our industry or the society, I think they'll be in a better position to discuss about it. So I think that is what I think today. I feel awareness, education on waste management, especially plastics, as we are dealing with, should be the number one priority.
Thank you, Professor Iyer. I think that's really a point, because unless and until we educate, and through education means like schools like yours can give more bandwidth for the people to understand that the plastics are definitely part and parcel of the life, and it can be also restoring the environment and not polluting the environment, kind of a thing. My next question would be, throwing to Mr. Banerjee, saying that, you have a lot of processes involved in making plastics. Now, how do we make, a sustainable plastic through, going into optimizing it, or, effectively optimizing it, kind of thing?
The plastic industry, of course, have to do three things. One, to be responsible in trying to collect the waste as much as possible, work with the government. Now, the industry cannot say, everything is government will do and we will start making profits. This doesn't work, because if it is sustainable, we are all at it together. Even government doesn't know how to collect the waste and segregate it. The technology is still developing. So the industry must get together, work with the government and the municipalities to see how the waste can be collected and reused. This is one. And to my mind, this is simple. It's a mindset issue. It's a mindset for the industry and the government. And I think it's already working towards it already. Number one. Number two is the industry has already started working on biodegradable plastics. Now, in my industry itself, we do not have 100% biodegradable plastic or PVC. That's what we work on. But there is already 10 to 15%. In fact, I can go up to 50% biodegradable. The cost will go up, but the technology has started enhancing that the plastic doesn't involve only one material, like let's say polyvinyl chloride. It has other additives. It could be plasticizers, it could be additives and modifiers and so on and so forth. So those have started becoming slowly and surely biodegradable products have started coming up. Companies like Bayer, they have been working in a big way, the German company in a big way in producing so-called biodegradable products. So what's going to happen? Instead of today 100% non-biodegradability, I think we would soon see in another 8 to 10 years' time, 50 to 70% biodegradable plastics. This is what I see, at least in my industry, I've got of it. The third is carbon neutrality as a manufacturer. That's also sustainability. Unless we generate less and lesser carbon, we are going to make this world warmer, and the world becomes warmer. We have already started seeing the disasters which has taken place of sudden rush of floods and sudden rush of rain and sudden rush of summer or heat. The warmest to the hottest summer in Europe perhaps was this year. The worst floods perhaps was this year all over the world. Texas in the USA shut off their manufacturing plants for 10 days. Never did it ever happen. India is seeing such huge floods and landslides. Why it's happening? Because the world is becoming warmer. We are producing more carbon dioxide. We need to manufacture with less, if not with neutrality of carbon dioxide. So 3 approaches. 1, slow and steady biodegradability. 2, working with the municipalities and the government for recycling, collection of waste and recycling. It is both of us responsibility, not the government, but we, the industry, the consumer, the way we throw it away, our garbage and the collection by the governments. And number 3, carbon neutrality. These 3 are the stepping stones on which, if we say plastic is important, which I believe it is, we need to make the world sustainable. Otherwise, we will be sorry for our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Banerjee, you put it in a right way. We cannot give 100% biodegradable product at the very first go. It's also including cost and effectiveness over there. But slowly take the step forward. What you said is right. You add synthesizers, you add chemicals towards it, which can be probably environmental safely to move on. And what is important, carbon footprint. Very few people talk about it. So, you're generating more carbon dioxide into the world. You pollute and you're creating all these natural calamities which are happening over the place everywhere. Coming back to Mr. Poddar, you have been with, the Cosmo Films is one of the oldest film producers in the country, have expanded its business globally and domestically. What do you think, how do you optimize and, effectively look at producing a sustainable package for the end users?
Yeah. So I see clearly 3 things in terms of sustainability. The first point very clearly, as everybody said, that waste has to be managed in a much better way. And obviously government is trying, because India was not recycling as much waste as it was supposed to, but obviously off late there's a much bigger focus. The other thing very clearly is on the plastic side is make structures or make plastics which is recyclable in nature. And there are a lot of examples where plastics gets easily recycled. Earlier, it may not have been done for whatever reasons, but like take the example of plastic water bottle. Earlier, a large part of it was not getting recycled, but it was easily recyclable, and now getting recycled in a much bigger way. Milk pouches is another very good example. You see car body parts, bumper parts, and they always have a value. Even if you want to sell a car bumper, it gets sold. So I think one of the clear things that I see is making the material in such a way that it is recyclable. And given that we are talking about packaging, mono material to me looks to be a much better solution. Obviously, if it is non-mono material, you are still able to put it on the roads, you are able to burn it in the cement plants. That may not be the most optimum solution. That could be a solution for the time being, where you used to have a lot of plastics everywhere. Now, all that is either used in the cement kilns or getting consumed on the road. But a much better solution is where we make much more monomaterial structures and recycle them in a proper way. There are multiple ways to recycle that monomaterial structures. I would say that globally, actually, India started this initiative in 2016. And later on, because of the industry pressure, I would say our governments took a little back step. But Europe and America, they have taken targets for 2030, and a lot of large players globally are now working towards moving towards monomaterial. I see a much larger shift now happening in Europe. In fact, if you talk about Europe, they were always more on monomaterial structures. In between, they lost their way and moved towards multi-material, and now they're going back to monomaterial or same family structures. America was a mixed structure always, and now they are making serious efforts towards shifting to monomaterial structure. India also, that shift has started to happen in some way. I do see at least 3-4% of packaging has shifted to monomaterial in last 2-3 years. But a 2-3% shift is still a very, very small shift. You need much more initiatives. And I still see a lot of brands which are not, which are talking more, but unfortunately they are not doing enough, while there are brands which are doing much more and they may not be talking as much. So important is, that initiative has to be a much larger initiative where, you make more and more packaging as monomaterial so that it becomes far easier to recycle. And one of our colleagues also talked about carbon credit or reducing the carbon. I think that is another initiative. Government has talked about ESG now for larger companies, but every company must look at ESG very, very seriously. At Cosmo, we have started tracking the carbon footprint that we have. We have been working in a very big way. We have already moved a lot of coal-based power to wind power to solar power. We are trying to shift in a much larger way. We are using larger vehicles instead of smaller vehicles. We are pushing our customers that wherever packaging can be minimized, because we sell B2B, try and reduce that. Try and see that how we can put more goods in the same truck. We are reducing power in every possible way. Every year we are doing power audits to see how we can reduce power. We are working on water consumption, where we are saying that within the next 3 to 4 years we have to become water positive. So we are consuming X amount of water, and this is what we are doing, rainwater harvesting. One side, we have already reduced 33% water consumption this year. Other side, we are seeing every possibility within the plants to do the rainwater recycling. But that is still not enough to be water positive, and therefore we are seeing that can we go outside our plant and do water harvesting, so that we can. So every area, we are evaluating. We have started doing a little bit of PCR also, and we are continuously investing on technology part that can we do more PCR in-house. Even our waste, we have started making a lot of different components so that one side we are reducing waste internally within the plant. Other side, whatever waste we are generating, we are seeing how we can use in-house. So as far as Cosmo is concerned, there are more than 20 projects that we are doing right now to reduce the carbon footprint, and we mean it in real terms. And I think every organization should do it. And to be honest, other than wind power project where the payback was more than 3 years, normally we take a 3-year payback kind of a scenario where the payback might be 5 years. Every other project actually is giving a very good return to us. So one side, using the old tradition of trying to have less waste and reuse it to the extent possible, that is not just improve the sustainability, but it also reduces cost. So my request to the whole forum and everybody who is listening this, you must focus very seriously in terms of how every small waste can be reduced. And I'm not limiting this to Cosmo Film. I have started doing at my residence also. I have very clearly started segregating waste. There was a point in time when I know my mother used to do it, segregating plastic, steel, and selling it. In between, a time period came where we stopped doing it as a family. Now we actually keep the wet waste separately, convert it into a kind of a fertilizer or a soil or whatever. And dry waste, we are separating it separately and making sure that it goes to the right place so that it can be recycled. So this is important. More than talking, I think we need to do a lot of education, a lot of creating self-examples to the whole world, saying that, yes, I'm doing it. And if all of us start doing it ourselves, I think this movement can become larger.
Thank you, Mr. Poddar. And this is very important. You start at home. Like we are talking today, the blend of cocktail between optimization and efficiency. It's a simple thing in the home. You segregate your wet waste with the dry waste and look at it. This is what we do as an optimization and creating that inside the home. And it's very nice to know that companies like you are taking the carbon footprint really forward and moving ahead on that, because this shows that we would slowly and slowly, not termed as a third world, we are no longer as a third world looking at things like over here, but not like we produce the maximum waste in the country, so 1.4 billion people, you always have litters around and things like that, which is not slowly coming across. The change is there, as you said, probably from the Europe. I see a lot of paradigm shift towards India, US. I'm sure the same. So it's changing, and I think we are the ones, probably all in the forum and who are listening to us, should be part of the system and try to drive this change across to bring better and positive note for India. Thank you.
In fact, Ranujay, 6 years back, I presented a paper in one of the Indian conference on sustainability using monomaterial structures, and I could remember there were more than 1,000 people listening to that presentation. A lot of interest. But when I get down from the stage, a lot of people said, Pankaj, what you are saying makes sense, but are the industry people going to follow it? I think that was year 2014 or 15, if I remember correctly. And
yeah, that was probably in the Elite Plus Business Conference, right?
And 2016, government came with this notification, though obviously we had no role to play there. And we were the first ones to keep, to come with a heat-resistant film. We were the first ones to come with the ultra-high barrier film. And all these are promoting, recyclability in a bigger way. We are very proud to say that all the big brands, we are working with them in terms of really promoting monomaterial structures. We're also discussing with all the large brands that, can we help you on the recycling? Are you serious towards PCR waste?
Right.
Are you serious towards recycling? And I can tell you that more and more brands are getting interested. Obviously, initially some brands may have to incur costs, but any technology, once it develops, solar technology, when it was under development phase, it was very expensive. Over the period, it became cheap. Similarly with the wind energy. And I do feel that even for plastics, the recycling today may be slightly more expensive than virgin plastic. 3 years, 4 years down the line, we'll find that it has become dirt cheap and it is very economical. So we all together has to start investing in this. And I'm sure it will not just become economical, it will be eye-pleasing, it will be good. We'll be able to tell story to our grandchildren that, look, we as a generation, we messed it up and we cleaned it up.
Right.
Let's not do it for our children. Let's do in our generation itself.
I think you are absolutely right on that point. I think this is where we should all look forward and take it forward. Mr. Roy, I have a question which is probably related to, a paperboard and things like that. Like, we all talk about plastics. We talk about the barrier values on the plastics which you achieve, because, one of the things of sustainability or, issues over there is important that we should have the barrier, because the shelf life is always important. How do you think paper or paperboard against that you would work?
we have been talking about the end part of the problem, how we segregate, how we do the operations management, how we make a sustainable level innovation. I think the starting point is to begin with the end in mind for sure, but design for environment. I think any packaging, for that matter, if we come with this philosophy that whether it is designed for environment, and that's the philosophy actually is being propagated in many countries now, such as Japan, some extent in Europe, that we start with design for environment and then go stepwise. So when it comes to paper, first thing comes to our mind that how it is suitable for a given application, whether it is designed for them. That is the starting point. Coming to brass tacks, I think if we, one of the burning issue today is how can we minimize single-use plastics? And in food services, it is very, very prominent. In Parsons, I have been working for last 1.5 years to bring in something which not only is environment friendly, yet it makes business sense. Ultimately, if it is not making economic sense, it will not fly. And maybe I can show you something. This is a paper-based packaging having certain functional element as well, but to replace probably single-use plastics, maybe to replace plastic containers. I cannot share names, but we are currently working with a very large cloud kitchen aggregator, also a retail chain, and also a very large FMCG brands to bring in such product in the market. Another example is how can I replace pouches or plastic glasses with something more innovative and visually appealing too. It's for, say, mixed juices or for lassi, this kind of packaging where paper and plastic is complementing each other, yet it is designed in such a way that it is recyclable. So when we talk about sustainability, perhaps the three most important pillars, other than responsible behavior, is first, let us talk about how operational excellence can help in your sustainability. Mr. Poddar also sounded that how can I optimize energy consumption? How can we minimize water consumptions? How can operational excellence help towards our journey for sustainability? Second comes, how can we optimize usage of packaging? Excess packaging, even if you see the way some of these online deliveries happen, you have layer after layer of packaging. There are paper, there are bubble wraps, there are plastics. Sometimes it is too excess. So unless there is a consciousness in designing, first of all, the packaging, keeping the ultimate goal in mind, and it is not designed for environment, just by segregation alone will not be finding a solution. So operational excellence, design optimization, could be structural optimization, and the third is the other part, which is a substrate level innovation. Whether we are talking about using, instead of multi-layer, monolayer, bringing barrier properties, even in a monolayer, much better than avoiding multi-layer packaging, could be alu foil or could be metallization, but doing in a different way, more prudent way, to bring in those properties, imparting those functional properties, even in a monolayer substance, okay? And designing aspect of packaging is equally important. So when it comes to paper, we pay attention, at least in my present sphere of operation, and we try to design for environment, whether it is eliminating film on top of paperboard, whether it is using the right ink, which is more sustainable, more environmental friendly, or whether it is the whole operational itself, whether it is power consumption using the right machineries, more productive machineries, reduce power consumption at the end, unless it is economically viable, it will just remain as the talk. So we look at the economic angle as well, that how does it affecting my EBITDA? How, in one hand, I am reducing consumption of power, but it is adding back to my bottom line. That is the whole approach. So design for environment, operational excellence, substrate level innovation, and design optimization.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I think that is very important. You said to go to the first grassroots, which is designing. So, you try to design something and then try to eliminate in that, some of the processes which we are today, like what you said is, like especially for the e-commerce industry, even I receive packages from Amazon. What you said is right. Sometimes it's a plastic, then it's a bubble wrap, then even it's a cardboard box inside. So probably, by the time you open, it's a tiny piece inside, and the size of the volume is 10 times of that. So it becomes too challenging over there, and this is something which we all should look forward and take over there. Professor Iyer, what is your take as you've been hearing on this? As you run an institution, what kind of things would you look at as a broader way for moving forward?
Yeah, I think great points put forward. I would like to comment on two major points which I have noted. One which Mr. Banerjee was telling about, we need to go, say, 20%, 50%, 70% biodegradable. Now, I would like to bring, a reference to a paper that I and my colleague had presented in the International Association for Packaging Research Institutes, IAPRI, at the US World Packaging Conference in 2012. What we did was, we just heard Mr. Roy also telling about the three-pronged approach, about design, about economics, about machines that consume lesser power, and then you have so many other definitions of sustainable packaging and green packaging. So it is of course a combined responsibility of all stakeholders when we talk about sustainability. So what we did is, having worked on green technology and going through the 12 principles of green chemistry, green engineering, we actually came up with 12 principles of green packaging. The idea of coming up with this was to have a ready reckoner of sorts for companies or the stakeholders from any background. It could be the user industry, it could be the converter industry, it could be the packaging manufacturing industry, to actually see what are the areas that they can look at if they want to contribute to sustainability. Now, I will just name some of those principles, and we will see that I think most of them have got covered in our discussion today. So the first was, reduce or eliminate hazardous substances in packaging materials, which we are already doing. We are replacing some additives. We are replacing certain sizing and whitening agents for paper, for example. And of course, working on newer materials which have less environmental impact, which need to be examined through R&D processes. The second principle was to use raw material or feedstock of greener origin. Again, that is something which we have already discussed, basically from renewable sources. Like for example, we had the P&G's Pantene bottle, which was partly made by sugarcane. Now, this is a point that I would like to bring a point of notice here, is that this is similarly, what Mr. Banerjee had talked about. Now, when I presented this paper and then I finished it, there was a gentleman who came from Ireland who actually works on various research projects on environmental impact of plastics after its end use. Okay. And what he suggested is, he said, Mr. Iyer, you need to be very careful when you tell that statement. He said, when you say, you increase to today, you may have 20% biodegradability, then you can go up to 70%. But he said, according to me or according to our research, we say that this is going to be more detrimental than having a plastic bag found after 20 years, after 100 years from soil. What he said was, when we have, say, a biodegradable chain along with a material which is, say, a PVC or a PE, this biodegradable chain is readily going to biodegrade without any problem. But it also breaks down your, in certain cases, your, artificial polymers in a way that it becomes microplastics. And then these contaminants are then going to get into our food cycle, probably through water, probably through soil. And we don't know how we're going to manage it, because we will not be able to retrieve this back, right? We can retrieve a plastic bottle, we can retrieve a plastic a rigid or flexible material from soil, but we can't retrieve a microplastic. So he said, when we advocate something like partly biodegradable, we need to have this in mind. So that was a very important point. The third point that comes in the principle is selecting packaging material based on its disposability, which we've already discussed also, which relates to EPR. Fourth point is what Mr. Roy told: create a green design, right? We can have reduced number of components if we can work on the functionality of the product, give careful thought to the inks, labels, and adhesives used, that we are going to go with the packaging. Fifth, modify or substitute existing packaging materials or process, right? Come up with newer materials, substitute existing materials with technology that can assist sustainability. Probably we may not have to do a big investment to change the process, but within our existing process, we have make packaging machines and systems energy efficient. Our sixth principle, again, what we discussed already, reduce waste generated during processing, conversion, and packaging operations. That is something that comes towards the end of the line. Apply green logistics, cut down on carbon dioxide emissions, look for shorter routes, which we can see a certain e-commerce companies also looking at right now. Capitalize on reverse logistics if possible. Segregate and dispose of waste. That is, one of the major topics that we have already discussed. In fact, under segregation and disposal of waste, I think we can also see that there have been a lot of waste to wealth projects that India has already worked on. Right from the 80s and 90s, we have worked on converting plastic waste to fuel. Okay, we can have a polyfuel which have been used in furnaces, which have been used in generators. Right, we have converted waste into electricity, where we can have certain amount of polymer like plastic or rubber material being added there. So very good opportunity, provided we have a proper segregation of the waste. Optimize packaging economics. Mr. Roy has already put a point on that. And the last 2 points, principles, I would say, is comply with regulations and create awareness among consumers, and use sustainable packaging metrics, right? Or tools, like we have talked about life cycle assessment. In fact, we are open to working with a lot of companies. We had actually begun to work on certain metrics, which, probably all metrics may not be useful for all the industries, but we can see which industry might use which metric to see. Probably we can develop a scorecard, like how Walmart has a packaging scorecard, for example, and that gives us sort of a benchmark or a standardization for sustainable packaging. So we have already included things like this and also sustainable packaging in our curriculum, probably right from 2010, even through University of Mumbai, and also through our UG and PG program, so that the essence of sustainability and all aspects of sustainability are known and covered when the students enter. I mean, they should not limit it only to recyclability or only to reusability. They should look at a broader picture, as Mr. Roy also told about how is it going to impact our bottom line, for example, right? So I think that should be the way forward.
Thank you, Professor Iyer. I think this is very important. If the young minds today get to understand what they are going into the process and where we are leading towards it, probably it would ignite them much more for research and development and look it forward. Like, probably I could just share a little bit. What we do in Emerson and Rennick in UK is we only take talent from A levels and try to bring them across, or from some university research graduates. We have a team of almost 15 research scientists doing only development work. We're working on various segments. We're working not only on plastics, but we are working on battery, we are working on solar, we are working on wind energy, we are working on various alternative resources over there. And it's something which will make them understand that the future is a better place to live, kind of thing, and it's not getting warmer, it's not getting colder, no flash floods, no nothing like that. So thank you over there. Probably this question is very common to all the three speakers, who are related and running companies, kind of thing. How do we think to work together in an industry? Whether do we need some kind of a standardization, benchmarking, and what do we expect from the government to look at in this? Probably for the first one, Mr. Poddar, can you go with your comments on thoughts on this?
Sorry, Ranajit, can you just repeat again on?
It's like, what as an industry leaders, what do you think? How do we move forward? Do we need some kind of a standardization, benchmarking, and do you think that the government should come into the picture to, do some benefits, or how does the government take it forward to bring more related sustainability?
Yes, so see, first thing, waste segregation at the first point of waste collection, that is a must. And a lot of infrastructure is required, a lot of capital expenditure is required. Private as well as government participation is a must. And even to facilitate that, if let's say there is some kind of a tax that should be evaluated. But in any case, we are talking about a few thousand crores to be invested across the country for the proper waste management. So that is point number one, which I feel is extremely critical. Second thing is, there has to have, the country has to have laws where, we need to get into far more depth like developed countries, that for different types of packaging, what should be allowed, what should not be allowed. Because if that is not there, standardization may never be achieved. Some corporates may do it, some corporates may not do it, and eventually nothing will get segregated. So therefore, we as industry need to give the correct suggestions to the government, not just looking at our interest, but looking at the country interest first in terms of what is right, what is wrong, and should enable government to put the right legislation. I think that is the second most critical factor that is required. And then all of us then need to follow those guidelines and make sure that it's being implemented. Clearly, we must work towards more and more monomaterial structures, irrespective. I'm not just limiting it to packaging. It is even, let's say, construction, which itself is such a huge polluting industry. Textile processing, again, a huge polluting industry. All these industries will have to look at sustainability. Otherwise, 20, 30 years down the line, we as human beings will have a lot of challenges. So either we start correcting our actions now, or we are sitting at a major mess which is going to come in front of us.
Absolutely right. I think this is something which we really want to think about, and we should look at taking this forward to the government bodies to understand where we are heading towards it, and take it forward. Mr. Banerjee, what is your thoughts on this?
I think we have made a lot of valid comments all throughout this session. Maybe a few quick thoughts. One is ESG. The whole ecosystem which is getting created around ESG, I think would definitely help sustainability for sure. And Rananja, your question was, what can the government do? Government can do a lot. Actually, government, to my mind, this sustainability ESG issue will have to be driven by the government. We, the private sector, can still keep speaking, but we do not have the private sector will never have the wherewithal, the financial wherewithal to create an ecosystem around it. So the government has to do, one area where the government can do a lot is to the ESG platform. Number two, rules and regulations are absolutely critical. We, the Indians, unfortunately want, but we shall throw the garbage. Just think about the spitting we do. Is the internet okay now? Okay.
We can hear you. That's fine. At least if it's hearing, it's
Okay.
fine.
So the quantum of spitting we do on the road, is that good behavior? Forget about throwing things on the road. We eat some chocolate and we throw it on the road. Just, you must have seen WhatsApp videos where the Japanese people, even after the World Cup match where they lost, they sat down and collected all the waste from the stadium. Now that's sort of, unfortunately, I think answers. So we have to build regulations for responsible behavior in terms of waste disposal. Unless the waste is disposed well, this cannot be recycled. And the last one, scrap recycle, is a big business. However, this business investments will not happen by the private sector unless the return on investment is adequate. As it stands today, the ROI is inadequate. However, the time is running out. We need to recycle waste. The government has to come up with schemes of incentivize entrepreneurs who are investing in recycling of scrap. It is not sustainable otherwise. As the government did for solar and wind energy, provide a lot of incentives in years, and now you can see the power cost of solar energy has come into ₹2.50 sustainable recyclable business. 5 to 10 years from now, I think the scrap recycle business will stand on its own feet. Till then, government incentives are absolute must. Thank you.
Great. I think that's a very, very good point, because I know solar, because definitely it's 1,700 crores of investment coming into the solar projects from the government side. So that's a huge investment being done over there. Mr. Roy, what is your take on this topic on standardization and the government needs?
I take a step back and I would like to see from a consumer's eyes, and very heartening to see that the millennial consumers, they really care for environment. If any sustainable packaging comes in the market, whether it is for food or liquid or even for electronics, they really value, and it is not just only developed country. Even in India, we did some little bit of small studies in the market, and we see there is a high degree of receptibility for sustainable packaging. This is number one. So that's very heartening. So if the consumer values sustainability, then the job is done almost 50%. The second part, I would say, your question that what government should do so that it gets more impetus. And my think is, even if there is a kind of a loose legislation that if different packaging, even if it is made, that what is the true impact in our context, what I call LCA, life cycle cost analysis of a given packaging. So as I said before, nothing is good or bad. It is to be seen in a holistic manner. What is its true impact on the environment from design perspective, from logistic perspective, and what is its true assessment for its impact on the environment. If there can be some standardization, and if it is made somewhat compulsive to put in packaging, I'm talking in the realm of packaging, then at least consumer can take an educated decision that yes, this is environmentally friendly, this is more suited for my mother nature, I'm ready to pay. And by the way, the study says they are ready to pay as high as even 23% in some studies for just for the packaging. And definitely the third part is more to do with our own consciousness, actually, at a brand level, at each and every stakeholder, that what is their overall company strategy, towards sustainability. So government can only help to a certain extent. I am not that much in favor of only incentivization, but if government can make an even playing field for all types of packaging and make it simple, and there are some instances that I'm not getting into it, for instance, even for water, water cannot be packed in an opaque one, but juice can be. It's very funny reasons. There is no such logic behind that why water cannot come into a carton, which is very much allowed elsewhere, and it has to be only in transparent bottle. I'm just giving an example. It's no harsh feeling. So if they can just make it an even playing field and let the consumer choose, I think that would be more than adequate.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, for your comments. Professor Iyer, as an institution, what do you think the government bodies should look at, or is there anything over there they should look at?
Yeah, I think we have already discussed about how government can incentivize or give subsidies on capital expenditure, say for sustainable investments, or investing on plastic waste management for specifically better collection and segregation. That is certainly one thing that can be done. But I think we have seen that post 2013-14, when the Swachhata Abhiyan started, a lot of people have actually done a lot of things. Private people, consumers, individuals themselves are coming and doing a lot of things. So government has spent a lot of money on Swachhata Abhiyan and Swachh Sarvekshan. In fact, cities are now competing to become the best, right? So if we can spend money on these, we can spend money on creating awareness also. Government policies which are for the industries probably are not known to common man. In fact, they are not known to common man. And I think Mr. Roy told really a valid point that let the consumer choose. The millennials are already choosing; they are ready to spend additional amount. So I think we need to have the stick and carrot approach, and we need to also look at what we need to do if somebody does not follow. Because right now we have seen that in India it has worked well earlier. But I think just by incentivizing, we may not achieve certain things. We need to have a stick at certain places that we should be able to get this through for use. In fact, another thing that I would like to tell is very common example quickly is for a common man, if he's traveling by a train, right? If he's traveling by a sleeper or a second seater or a passenger unreserved car, he will not have a dustbin in his bogie. He does not have a dustbin today, if you see. But if he's traveling by 2-tier or 3-tier train, you might find a dustbin at the end of your bogie, right? But you see, the earlier bogies are the one which has maximum passengers. You need more dustbins there. In fact, when I travel from a station in Mumbai, I sometimes don't find a dustbin in walking distance. I need to travel probably to the end of the station. So these are small things that probably government can do. Increase number of dustbins, put banners at places around. Give examples of common drawings across the wall to enable this. In fact, including malls, you can see mixed garbages in all the dustbins. So education, awareness, probably that is one major thing that government should do, and of course work with the companies as well.
Thank you, Professor Iyer. I think we are almost at the end of the session over here, and I a little bit overshoot the time also. But it was very nice to have all of you on the board and talk about sustainability in packaging in different various forms. It was really nice to hear your views, because probably we would take these views forward and put it across the respective bodies to see how we can work forward to make a much better environment. Thank you very much. Over to you, Arnab. Arnab?
Am I audible? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for moderating the session well, Mr. Ranajay Basu, Area Sales Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia, Emerson Renwick Group. and the Conclave chairman of this Bcc&I Packaging Conclave. We are grateful to Professor Prasad Balanaya, Director SIES School of Packaging, Mr. Robin Banerjee, MD and CEO of Caprians India Limited, Mr. Shubhashish Kumar Roy, Chief Operating Officer, Parsons Packaging Limited, Mr. Pankaj Poddar, CEO of Cosmo Films Limited. We'll be coming up with a set of recommendations delivered by each of you, and we'll share that internally, and we'll try to share that with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. I think that would be more helpful. And with your permission, I'll circulate the pointers with all of you so that a meaningful strategy can be aligned with the policy of the government of India. So with this, we are thankful to all the listeners, to all our sponsors, SRF, Cosmo Films, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. We thank you all, and we conclude this session. And thanks to everyone. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the one of the most interesting session in Bcc&I Packaging e-Conclave, the session on branding via packaging. If look could kill and content could connect. We have very eminent speaker with us, Mr. Dhananjay Salunke, Chief Executive Packaging and Printing Business, ITC Limited. The session will be moderated by Mr. Ronojoy Basu, Area Sales Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia, Emerson and Renwick Group, and Conclave Chairman of the Bcc&I Packaging e-Conclave. Over to you, Mr. Basu.
Thank you, Arnab. Good afternoon, Mr. Salunke, and really good to see you. And thank you very much for participating in this e-conclave. The basic topic of the discussion is sustainability. So in my viewpoints, what would you look at sustainability first as the entire topic of the seminar?
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you, and hope all of you are doing well and keeping safe. So it's a pleasure to be here as a speaker in this packaging in e-conclave and meet all the participants virtually. So definitely I'm going to talk about packaging and its importance in the brand building. Coming to your question, Ronojoy, what happens is we kind of, they say that, today's trends were yesterday's undercurrents, right? And we are actually witnessing that same across the globe and in India. And it is actually true with respect to the sustainable packaging. And that's important because, as the consumers are becoming more and more concerned and aware of the environment and the impact of specifically a packaging, and its leakages to the environment. I mean, today our planet Earth is kind of having millions and millions of tons. Plastics is on the floating or inside of the earth. So the consumers are now really becoming concerned and aware, and they are demanding more information on the product value chain and wants to engage with brands and their sustainability initiatives, and actually want to connect with the whole ecosystem. So therefore, this sustainable packaging is kind of becoming a clear trend now, and actually it will be a trend going forward, wherein in my view the circular economy will take a center stage. And with respect to that, think plastic free packaging, the compostable packagings, and the innovations which are happening in that area. So it's not only about the product packaging per se, I would say, because when we talk about sustainability in an ecosystem, I think other things are also need to be kind of connected. So there are a lot of innovations happening. So those adaptation to those innovations will be the key differentiators going forward. And you may have noticed, I mean, many large consumer product companies are kind of making strong commitments toward the sustainability and transformation of their packaging portfolios, and which is typically including the reduction of usage of plastic, increase in the recycled content of the recycled contents, thereby reducing the carbon footprints and so on. So that's the commitments which companies are making or organizations are making. And so the change, what will happen, or pace of change, so the adaptation will happen with respect to changes in the regulatory landscape. So more the simple changes, I think that pace would be really defined by those regulatory landscape change. And maybe recently you would have heard by I think 1st July or September, if I remember correctly, the 2022 single-use plastic will be kind of phased out. So I think those changes will definitely accelerate the sustainability journey in India. So the packaging that's recyclable and reusable, may influence the decision of a consumers to choose the brands over the other competitors, which are kind of, as a part of their extended user responsibility. We say extended producer's responsibility. Here I'm saying extended user responsibility towards the nature by the consumer. So from my view, sustainable packaging will be the key lever for the creating the brand differentiation and thereby the brand equity.
Thank you, Mr. Salunke. I think it's very important because everybody is looking at this word sustainable in many areas, not only in packaging, also in power industry, also in energy saving industry and all. But packaging is something probably is minimal and people do not talk much about it. And as you said, very importantly, the end user also is a part of the ecosystem and part of the cycle over here. So that's there. Coming back, to ITC. ITC is a well-known organization. Everybody knows about them very well. But what are your views? Because this is the topic which we are talking is if the look could kill and the content could connect. So how do you think a brand is developed like ITC?
Well, I mean, I would answer that not exactly as maybe only as a ITC, but as in general. I mean, from a packaging point of view. Yeah. So if you see traditionally, the packaging has been focused on, let's say, protecting, preserving, and communicating to the product, which eventually will get got evolved as an extremely powerful tool for a promotion of the product, because the packaging is the first point of contact or the experience, for the consumer with the product, and hence that packaging plays plays a vital role in the branding process, and because it communicates the imagery of the product, the purpose of the product, and the identity of the brand. So that's the importance of the packaging from the product point of view. So if you look at, I mean, some of the favorite brands or very visible brands, and if you think of that, one thing we can notice, which is they have in a common, is the reflection of the brand in the minds of the customer is built over a time through their distinct packaging. Like, for example, if you take a Toblerone as example, what happens is basically the triangular shape of that packaging and the product inside, which resembles more like heights of the Swiss Alps, which the product comes from, and then it indicates the origin and thereby its quality. So that way packaging plays a very critical or important role in the that aspect. The second is sometimes this packaging is so powerful that people would use the product and continue to engage with the packaging. Like take example of Apple phone. I mean, the Apple phone's unboxing experience is as good as the product itself. Right? And so even once we buy the product and start using the product, I mean, I have not seen any consumer probably throwing away the Apple packaging, right? Because that's so important aspect of their identity as not only using the product but having that Apple box somewhere on the table also gives them some kind of differentiation. So that way, per se, packaging really creates that differentiation in the minds of the customers and thereby differentiating. In fact, taking a example of ITC, if you see the Atta, Ashirwad Atta, I think that's the packaging is clearly playing a very important role and differentiator with respect to other competition, because if you see, you would observe Atta packs, it's a micro perforated, and that micro perforation is the packaging innovation which helps to the atta inside to breathe. While it is able to breathe, it is also not allows us the, it protects the product while it gives, required oxygen. And, it's a far superior product than the competition, and it is built over because of the packaging innovation.
I think you rightly said that, unboxing or, the product itself sometimes, as I have been using an iPhone user since last 15 years, I cannot change to any other brand because it's so it's like you're glued to it kind of a thing. And I rightly said, I never throw the boxes out. Maybe I bought my Samsung phone, I threw the box out because it was nothing else. But the iPhone box, as a personally, I still have all the iPhone boxes unless I give it back kind of a thing to trade off or something like that. What you said so rightly is that the experience of unboxing is purely really nice. Similarly, what you said on this Ashirvad Atta, I was about to talk about it because that's something, a very innovative style, like the breathing one, which really helps the people. And I think that's one of the ways, the brand value is being promoted and looked upon it. It's really a thoughtful, innovative process over there. Coming back, to another point, like what is more important in building a brand, or what do you think is more, like whether the look or whether the content? What as an audience we as an audience would go for, kind of thing?
Okay, so I think maybe let me answer when you ask about whether look or content. I'll come to that later probably, but I think packaging itself is becoming important as a brand, and maybe I could see many reasons, but I can cite maybe 3 examples to kind of substantiate this point. One, I think packaging can be used as an extension of a brand. Like in some of the markets, some beer companies have entered into the market and extending their product portfolio to the hair care or personal care. And what they are doing is they are using the same packaging design of their, let's say beer products, and which are helping them to, retain the same brand identity. So they are using packaging as a kind of a brand itself, right? The second one, I mean, many a times packaging plays a important indicator of a product quality. Like unique packaging structures that not only focuses on differentiation on the shelf, but it also contributes to the creating a brand identity that, once you consumer gets that packet, I mean, it gives him the intent in him or her incentive to purchase the product. So I would put it this way: a good packaging protects the product, but great packaging actually protects the brand. So that's the second point. Third point, there are many products which goes as a unit along with the packaging. So you cannot really differentiate what is a product and what is a packaging. So a certain product like cosmetics or confectionery, I mean, they have a certain characteristics like gifting characteristics, and those are built through packaging. So if you just standalone keep one confectionery item, and it may not really give that powerful message about the gift. And I mean, there are many examples to give, and maybe a chocolate as a whole category comes across as gifting, and you can see so many advertisements which are really focused more on packaging, unboxing, and help passing on that gifting as an important message rather than the product itself. So these are the 3 points I say packaging plays actually important role as a product itself and a brand itself. So that's one. Second, and coming to your point where what look is important or content is important. Now I think in current market situation, or the pandemic is there, and also there are so many trends evolving, right? So I think I would use it combination. Look is important, connect is important, but now the medium has changed. Today we are really going virtual, right? So from a physicality of a products or a packaging to the virtuality. So I think with respect to this, I think I would love to maybe take a few minutes here, like explaining probably 3-4 trends which we are observing. As I said, those trends were undercurrents yesterday. Considering the packaging is immensely important from a foods and beverage point of view. So I'll give an example, like there are consumer behaviors are changing because of the ongoing pandemic or past few months or quarters, I would say. So consumers are shifting towards branded packaged products. They are prioritizing the safety, hygiene, and convenience. So what's happening? The home consumption, maybe during lockdown, home consumption is increasing. Wherever there is a lockdowns are easing, maybe on-the-go consumption is but overall it is basically moving towards smaller pack sizes. So single uses or on the go, maybe whenever home consumption, easy to clean is becoming important. So the packaging, which is actually providing that information on your hygiene, or you can see the packet or packaging is having more or less many packets will have a corona card that it germ protection,
germ protection, yeah,
9 and so on.
Or
so
germ free pack,
yeah, germ free pack. So that's so basically there the look is definitely coming in picture now, or ability of
so that
packaging.
we are confident that when we pick it up, when we pick it up from the shelf, because it's all picking up from the shelf kind of a thing. So when we pick it up, we are safe. Okay, we are picking a safe one at this pandemic era, probably not before, but that's there.
Yeah. So that's basically adding value to the product itself. So that's one look important. The second is now again another undercurrent what we have seen is basically which is a trend now is a adaptation of internet economy, right? So broadly we can call about it's a digitalization,
right?
And this got accentuated during the pandemic period. So a lot of e-commerce companies, e-groceries, direct to consumers, what they have done immediately, they have changed their business models, and now second aspect of packaging is increased in the demand is basically tamper-proof, transit-worthy packaging, or addition of security features. Again, packaging was always portability and lightweighting was always a trend, but that is gaining further momentum.
Right.
We are able to see a trend that primary and secondary packaging is basically getting amalgamated or combined together. Or ease of shipment also you can see. So the packets which are immediately on the shelf and then are able to ship together, becoming more a differentiator. So again, I would say the formats, or again it is nothing but a look, is also getting importance. And companies or brands which are doing this effectively are immediately reaping the benefits by increasing the wallet share. So that's a physical aspect. So I see two aspects of the packaging where look would be part of what message it is giving, and in what size and shape, so that it's a convenience to the end consumer. Second aspect, what you asked was a content. Now, definitely what inside the product, inside the packet is definitely important, and consumers know what they are picking. But with digitalization, what's happening, the new opportunities are coming in, right? So in terms of the packaging, which is able to communicate with the consumer via their gadgets, is becoming important. So active and intelligent packaging, which can immediately connect, you scan the QR code, or there is a which is giving on the on the screen, is actually important for the that digital natives or the generation who is digitally savvy.
Right.
So that's an important part of now becoming with respect to content. Apart from the, I think what is inside on the product, and consumers are actually now looking at more information. So for example, I connected on the sustainable packaging. I'll come to that. So So with respect to digital savvy consumers, if that product representation is now not important how physically it is looking like, it's how that product representation is on his or her screen. So that's absolutely becoming right. So physically product may be absolutely far superior, but that contours or that important aspects are not visible on the screen or the pad or the computer. That's important. So that I would say as a important part of the content apart from the product and what it is inside. The second aspect is coming in, like, we are saying that the nutraceutical products are in the demand now. So what consumers are looking at before picking up the product, what is the nutritional benefits or what are the therapeutical benefits that product or that thing is able to bring to him or her. So that's the information they are seeking. So if packaging is able to do that via a digital media or media, I would say, that it's becoming more important. Or apart from that, they're looking at statutory information or even the environmental conscious consumers are basically even manufacturing footprints. I mean, how much? I think certain packets are now having that this much of water get into the is gone making this product, or this many miles this product would be traveled. Overall, like a environmental footprint.
Or no, that's very, very interesting, sir. Very interesting point what you mentioned, because some things, these are quite ways, because digital today, what you said is so important. The digital has changed completely the lifestyle. I also, when I look at Amazon grocery or anything, I would like to see the product, how it looks or the shape over there, and then probably pick it up, kind of a thing, add to the art. Because before, when I was going into a supermarket, I could not see what's inside it, but today I have the ability to see, okay, this would look, and not only from one angle, from all dimensional angles. You will have to make it proper, because we have we can see it more. Well, so we are running out of time, but still, I would like only one small question to you on this is, what do you think would a government body would like to support, sustainability or packaging industry from your perspective? Are we fully geared into it, or the government is geared into it and everything like that? What is your take on that subject?
Well, I think it's a work in progress at this moment. So I think I touched one point is the regulatory. I think more simpler regulations will be helpful. I mean, if it is complex, then compliance would be a challenge. So I think a simpler regulation which are understood by the enforcer as well as who are supposed to do, like, which are brand owners and the ecosystems. I think that would be helpful.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time. I know it was very short and sweet, but I think we learned a lot about how a brand perseverance is built through the packaging. And that's something which is very interesting. Even I learned something, like, you're concentrating on digital media today on a much larger way than to, on a stores, because the packages are getting delivered to each other's homes, kind of thing. Thank you very much. I pass it to Arnab to conclude it.
Thank you, Ronojoy. It looks like you're on mute.
Arnab, mute.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. With this, we end this interesting session, branding via packaging, and indeed we have learned a lot, like what we can see through via digital media, and what is the role of branding in the packaging industry that have come up. And we are overly thankful to Mr. Dhananjay Salunke, Chief Executive, Packaging and Printing Business ITC Limited, to kindly have his audience with us. And we are also thankful to Mr. Ronojoy Basu, Area Sales Manager, Middle East and Southeast Asia, Emerson and Rainwick Group, and also the Conclave co-chairman of Bcc&I Packaging Conclave. with this, we end this session. We'll meet exactly after 2-3 minutes, and we'll start our sessions on the industry perspective and exchange of dialogues from the stakeholders. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome back again with a very interesting session, Experts Roundtable from the Stakeholders Table, Industry Perspective and Exchange of Dialogues. The session will be moderated by Mr. Rakesh Shah, former Managing Director of Windmoller and Hastel India Private Limited and founder and consultant, Probity Consultants. We have very eminent speakers with us, Mr. Chandan Sengupta, Senior Vice President, CBT and Marketing, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, Mr. Dhananjay Sahu, General Manager, PC Strategy and TS, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, and Mr. Partho Mukherjee, Regional Manager, East, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited. Over to Mr. Shah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chakravarti.
Thank you.
So we are now at the last and I think very important session of this, I would say, momentous conclave. Momentous in the sense that I think this will kick off a lot of future conclaves and conferences by BCC&I in the Eastern region. I think this was very important and required. So welcome to you all. I think packaging is a huge subject, and we are trying to encapsulate this in this conference in the best possible way. The flavor of this conclave so far has been actually sustainability and recycling. So far, that's what I understood. India is a very important packaging manufacturer and probably stands 4th or 5th in the world in terms of packaging manufacturing as a manufacturer. Indian polymer production is anything between, I think, 11.5 to 12.5 million tons. Polymer exports are nearly $7 billion, and plastic packaging itself is about $730 or $740 million. So we can see how important it is. The worldwide packaging market is $850 billion. Total packaging market in India is estimated at 73%, $73 billion, and it is growing very rapidly. There are various estimates, but I would say that a safe estimate would be between 12 to 15%. Plastic packaging constitutes about, let's say flexible packaging contributes 27 billion. Rigid packaging is about 15 billion. Metal cans, that's an important sector, and it is rapidly growing. I think it is experiencing a very high growth rate at the moment. And glass, where new technologies have also enabled it to be a big player again, together contribute about 20%. And of course, sustainability is a subject that touches them as well. The growth in metal cans is around 6.5%. So this is where we stand. As far as we are concerned, right now, the plastic packaging is, I think, playing the most important role because it has multiple roles. It has expanded itself, particularly during the corona pandemic. We have seen that it has come to the rescue of mankind in a very big way. We are exporting now to 150 countries or more. So we can see that the importance of plastic packaging is extremely high. Now let us look at, because I have seen that no machinery has been discussed. So since I have a machinery background, with the permission of other panelists, I will take 2 or 3 minutes to touch upon the machinery scene in the country. India is a large producer. It has emerged as a large producer of machinery as well. And right now, I think we are exporting machinery to the tune of about, let's say, I think about $150 or more million. We still import a very large amount of machinery. That is another question. And that is because we are still working on technologies. And I think a lot of machinery comes from Europe. In the morning, Mr. Kanoria mentioned that the manufacturing facilities in this country are state of the art compared to anywhere in the world. And I would 100% endorse this statement because I know for myself from personal experience and knowledge that India is currently at absolutely the cutting edge of technology in as far as flexible packaging or rigid packaging and plastic is concerned. We have absolutely the latest equipment. We have the latest manufacturing technologies. We have absolutely the best raw materials available here, either through imports or through manufacture, which is a very large base. So overall, I think we are in a very good situation. And that is the reason that we have not only supported our country, but we have also supported the world in a big way during this difficult time. The machinery sector has also been growing very rapidly and has been updating the technologies and upgrading itself in a very big way. So I would say that this is a very big contributor to our overall performance in the packaging sector, because if you have domestic production of raw materials as well as machinery and equipment, you are bound to win. And we are at the moment in a winner's position. We produce about $211 million worth of machinery in this country. So some of these figures might actually surprise you, but India is doing exceedingly well, and the machines are being exported. So this is a small perspective I wanted to give you, since these points were not touched upon so far in this conclave. So I thought that I would like to bring you all, both the delegates and the panelists and other speakers, up to date with some of this information. So having said this, I think we now come to the very important discussion on the stakeholders table, their viewpoints, and the exchange of dialogue. The stakeholders are the people because of whom the industry actually is created, and it survives. It creates wealth because of its stakeholders. So I would like to now invite, first of all, Mr. Sen Gupta to kindly give us his viewpoint.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. It was, we really, very honestly didn't know that Indian machinery was doing so well. So that's really reassuring. Well, this is supposed to be the ending with experts roundtable from the stakeholders table. But I think as far as the stakeholder would have normally been, everybody in the value chain. But somehow I think all three of us, myself, my good young friends, Dhananjay and Partho, we all seem to be coming from the polymer manufacturing industry. So, there obviously will be a lot of commonality among what we say. So I think we'll have to really imagine that there are other stakeholders also here, because other than you're as a machinery manufacturer putting in your perspective, there really aren't too many stakeholders in this which make up the value chain. You did mention, Mr. Shah, a very important point about the COVID and plastics. Plastics, you said, is now what, 27 flexible is $27 billion worldwide. And that's a big number. And plastics, obviously, you did mention, came to the rescue of a lot of people during the COVID. Actually, I think in the last few years, what has happened is, especially for the plastic people, the stakeholders have increased tremendously. I mean, today, even the normal NGOs are stakeholders. The government has become stakeholders. And there was one time, everybody who had anything to do with plastic packaging suddenly became bad boys. You could walk into a school and say, this is a plastic-free zone. Like it was short of being brought under Indian Penal Code. Plastic was really looked upon like everything that went wrong. I mean, if there was some waterlogging in Bombay, plastics were blamed. If a cow died in Uttar Pradesh, plastics were blamed. I mean, there were very few things you could find for which plastics was not being blamed. Well, COVID really changed all that. And as you very rightly said, people did realize that honestly, without plastics, you really couldn't do much. And it was really, really important. Well, as you know much better, and I'm sure the delegates know much better, that the bad name for the plastics has happened not because of the people who make plastic machinery or the people like us who make the polymers, but because of the general people all across for whom the word littering does not exist in the dictionary. That's world over, but I think in India we have made a fine art of it by littering it all over the place and then rushing and going and blaming the plastic people. But that is something I think we all have learned to live with. In spite of that, plastic has really been registering commendable growth, especially dominated by the flexible packaging. And Partho's company is coming up with a huge project that should be there sometime early next year. That should really give a lot of impetus to the packaging industry. Dhananjay's company, of course, wherever they have a refinery, they're going to put up the new polypropylene plants. So it's getting more and more integrated. But having said that, I think plastic and the entire plastic industry, the packaging, we're now facing certain strange times. We have a lot of people who really don't know what they should be talking about are making the laws. And you were there towards the end of Mr. Dhananjay, who ended by saying, a lot of these regulations should be made easy to understand, and people should understand who should be the enforcing authority. I mean, today, I think most of the plastic industry is now trying to define who are the brand owners, who are the producers, whose responsibility is what, and government is trying to sort of coordinate and trying to find a consensus. This consensus is going to be very difficult to get, but having said that, sustainability, especially, I mean, the very small part of sustainability in terms of more waste management, I think is going to become a critical part. The reduction in the weights and other things are going to come in. Good recycling technology is going to come in. There is, of course, a lot of hoo-ha all over the place across the world about biodegradable and biodecompostable. I have my reservations about the authenticity of most of them and its real commercial value and applications. I mean, whether it can really replace. What is required is much more. And there, I think, you have world across the new thing called the Alliance for Plastic Waste. I mean, that's a big movement, big ticket movement. Worldwide, people are have realized two things. Number one, plastic packaging is here to stay. You have really no alternatives. All the thing we go and see about paper and all, honestly, that's you don't have so many trees in the world to continuously keep on packing. It's good that if you go walk into a fancy shop and you're given a fancy paper bag, you feel good. But that's only in the urban sectors. You go to rural, you're not going to find anything of that sort. So I think it's going to be interesting times. I think our company, Parthos company, Indian Oil, we all have got to pool in along with people, the processors, the machinery manufacturers, to somehow see there is a more responsible attitude towards the plastic packaging and contribute our bit to ensuring that we build up a sustainable chain for collection of the plastic waste. We keep on making people aware that please do not just every time a cow dies or there's a waterlogging, don't blame the plastic. First look at yourself. Throw the plastic in the proper place, not in the street. That's not, I mean, streets are not made to be for plastics to be thrown. So I think other than really making the world a better place, I think all of us, we have a big role. And rather than trying to pass as of now, everyone's trying to pass the buck on each other. The brand owners are trying to say, hey, this is not my responsibility, that is your responsibility. The one who's making it saying, oh, the one who's selling it, it's his responsibility. So it's going round and round in the circles, and that's not going to help. I think all of us will have to take our share of the responsibility and create a proper ecosystem where the sustainability is there, proper waste management in there, so that proper growth of plastic and packaging is there, because at the end of the day, in terms of the carbon footprint, in terms of energy efficiency for packaging, and I think Mr. Shah would be the best person to say, I don't think there's anybody who comes near plastics, whether it is metal, whether it is glass. So for packaging has to be there, for hygiene and other things, for that plastic has to be there. What it needs is for all the stakeholders to take their share of responsibility, and for all the citizens to be slightly more responsible of their own actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sengupta, you touched upon very important points, and there is certainly the question about how responsible we are as people, as citizens in the country. And this is one question which more or less beats everybody, because the government seems to be trying to educate people. There is a lot of campaigns going on, and there's so much being written about Swachh Bharat. The walls are painted with Swachh Bharat. All that happens, but does it percolate down to the people's minds? Does it happen really? And who are these people who are littering, and who are these people who are not stopping them from littering? So in India, we always have a lot of laws, but enforcement is always a question. But for enforcement, I think it is important that people also respond. So you made a very, very powerful point there. And the question therefore, and there is another question about, you mentioned, is biodegradable and biocompostable plastics. Yes, this is a big thing going, and we will come back to this with you in a short while after the other speakers have also given their views to us. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
And I would now like to invite Mr. Sahu to please share his thoughts.
Thank you, sir. I think, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to my fellow panelists and Chairman, Mr. Shah. In fact, in this context, what Chandan Sengupta ji has already touched upon, we work like we are competing, but we work like one industry. And when we are working like one industry, so we treat every co-producers, like our fraternity, like brothers. And we, like Chandanda was telling, so he's our senior, torchbearer in this campaign. Having said that, I will touch upon some of the areas of packaging segment wherein actually the raw material is playing a main role. So those aspects I will cover in a nutshell. Now coming to the petrochemicals and polymers. Petrochemicals and polymers, they play a very vital role in the functioning of virtually all key sectors, be it packaging, be it automotive, be it the houseware, be it the upland segment, infrastructure, healthcare, very much essential. Everywhere, textile, consumer durables, everywhere it is very, very essential part. And we cannot ignore, but we have to sustain the growth of plastics and polymers simultaneously. Having said that, there is a statistics which we have in-house generated with our know-how, whatever we know a little bit about the growth and demand and supply scenario of all petrochemical products, to the tune of 15.3 million tons of petrochemicals are getting imported to India now. So that means there is a robust growth and which is happening at marketplace. And Mr. Shah already touched upon the volume, what domestic capacity is and what is the consumption. So coming to that, to our estimation, polymer consumption of about 17 to 18 million tons, it comprises of both polyolefins, then PVC, then polystyrene, then all engineering plastics, ABS, polycarbonate and all. And out of that, the major chunk, almost 11 to 12 million tons is basically polyolefin, where we are playing a major role. In fact, Haldia Petrochemical and HMEL also, they are majorly into those segment. Yes, PVC is getting imported, but PVC demand is also very robust. Around 3 million tons consumption is there in India. So what is the point here? Point is that polymer is always linked to 1.3 to 1.5 times of GDP growth. And historically, it is like that, 1.5 times of GDP growth. And it has been seen historically that it is growing and it is going to grow very, very at a very healthy rate. Now, if you see the 20 figure to, if we extrapolate to 2040, what could be the scenario of polymer consumption in India? And you will be really surprised to know that unless we build some capacities in India, we are going to be much more dependent on imports. So the value, what we are talking now, 92,000 crores of worth of imports for 15 million tons, it is going to touch 65 million tons at, in 2040. Unless we are going to add crackers, be it gas cracker or naphtha cracker or PDS, whatever the technology available for producing polymers like polypropylene, polyethylene, PVC, and all these are going to take our money to the foreign land. So let us think very constructively, and let us add crackers. Every 2 years, one cracker means probably we can catch up those kind of import numbers in 2040. So having said that, to coming to the packaging, the most focused point today of discussion. Now packaging, there are a lot of alternative materials available, but polymer is the best choice. and it is the choice because of its property and because of its processability, because of its sustainability. And there are different kinds of polymer materials available, and I will touch upon some of the aspects of the property enhancement which is being done at particular this COVID time. COVID normally has it's a very dangerous time, and we have learnt with loss of our kith and kin that yes, we need to be very, very focused on our health, and we have to be. It has to be substantiated by the packaging segment. How good the packaging material is going to protect our food, our medicine, and FMCG product, be it food grade food or be it non-food. And one more segment which we are learning now, that is the sanitizer requirement and the mask requirement, hand wash requirement. So all these are because of the packaged whatever available in self. And you'll be surprised to know that when the pandemic time when it started, at that time we thought the mask availability will be there because we are producing so much of quantity of polypropylene, so much of quantity of polyester, and it was found that it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient. A lot of imports were happening, and but we have picked up the production to the requirement of the domestic requirement. So polypropylene, there is a grade called polypropylene melt blown grade, which is very essential for N95 mask, which is right now also getting imported from other sources. But here, producers like us, we have to think and how to produce those kind of grades indigenously. Of course, Reliance produces little quantity, but that is not much. Now coming to this 17 to 18 million tons of this polymer consumption in India, I would say around 47 to I can predict that almost up to 50% may be consumed in the packaging area. Now, what is the packaging area? One is the bulk packaging, that is the bread and butter of all producers like us, like Raffia, oven sack. So that is basically a bulk packaging where cement is packed, fertilizer is packed, where our the bulk FIBC packaging kind of things are also being used. Then cement, then food grains, all these are being packed in this kind of bulk packaging, whether it is 25 kg or less, 50 kg, even up to 1 ton or 2 ton. So this industry is really growing. Earlier, it used to be a small cottage industry, raffia industry. Now it is increasing, and it is touching the a larger industry capacity industry, like the medium scale, or sometimes it is large scale. So raffia industry, when we talk together, with our co-producer, definitely it was a sunrise industry, but it is now matured, and polymer consumption is to the tune of 19 to 20 lakh ton per year. And in terms of the CAGR, it is expected that to grow around 9 to 10%. And if you see the 82% of raffia consumption goes to the polypropylene segment, and polypropylene is very, very robust product. It offers a lot of value-added products to the Indian market, not simple cement packaging product. And we have seen that the availability, definitely when they are in the market, it drives the growth. And because of different producers are there building the capacity, and as Chandanda has already touched upon those areas, HMEL is coming up, Indian Oil also is going to come up in polypropylene at our refineries like Barauni as well as Gujarat. we are also going to produce more of polypropylene, and then we are also producing polyethylene. So this material is going to help supplement the growth in case of bulk packaging. And one more aspect I would like to say, that there is also a lot of innovation is happening in this segment. Block bottom bags are also getting added in cement industry, and they're not only adding better brand, they're also giving a lot of fillip in terms of reducing the wastage. Now, one more segment is rigid packaging. Rigid packaging, basically blow molding and injection molding. Different grades are all available, SDP and polypropylene grades. SDP is a conventional, rigid packaging material, but rigid polypropylene is also getting added to that segment, and it is going to grow. So around 800 KT of SDP is being used for this kind of packaging segment, be it in lubricant packaging or edible oil packaging or FMCG products packaging. Maybe small volume up to 5 liter, maybe medium volume containers up to 100 liters, or more than that. We call it large blow molding segment. Now, the most happening thing is happening the major growth is happening in flexible packaging segment, and flexible packaging is witnessing a very, very healthy growth of around 20-25% over year over year. But the pandemic, this kind of situation, not only it is used in the food packaging, rather it is used in other segments. Like there is one more area which has opened up recently, that is e-commerce. So e-commerce, basically when people are not moving out, so they want to order from home everything, and that's why e-commerce segment is also boosting the requirement of packaging material. So they are flexible packaging, be it monolayer or multi-layer, whether it is single layer or whether it is up to 11 layers. So there are different designed products are available in flexible packaging, and there are a lot of material also of choice. For if you want barrier property, one grade of SDP is there, or nylon is there, or EVO is there. It can be combined with the normal commodity plastics like LDP or LLDP or SDP. So there are a lot of innovation is happening in flexible packaging area, and BOPP, biaxially oriented polypropylene. This segment is also growing. Right now it is around 550 KT the capacity and consumption in India, and it is growing at a very healthy rate of 15%. And the other day I was talking to the machinery, my friend from Bruckner. He was telling very, very healthy consumption of BOPP in times to come, because 10-meter width, the BOPP line of around 7-8 lines are getting added, maybe 2-3 years down the line. Now, having touched upon these areas, now I will just in 2-3 minutes I will touch upon the Eastern market. And Eastern market, basically Haldia Petrochemical, they are also producing different grades for packaging industry. We are also producing at Paradip polypropylene grades, and these grades are being used in bulk packaging, in BOPP, in flexible packaging, and there is a non-oven segment which is really growing like anything because of demand from healthcare segment, mask and PPE kits, PPE suits. So what are the emerging trends? Eastern consumption of polypropylene is around 5 lakh tons. Polyethylene is around 280 KTA. And there are a lot of emerging innovations or improvements in raw material is also needed to support packaging growth. One is we are also doing, and even industry, our co-producers, they do produce some grades which offers energy saving grades, better sustainable grades. LLDP, SDP grades are available, but they are also high barrier grades are also getting added. Clarified grades mostly in polypropylene with superior clarity for better see-throughness also getting added. Metallocene are not available right now, but the capability is there in India, so it will be produced, I hope, next few years. And metallocene also is getting added more and more in the structures. So there is one more point that the sustainability, all these polymers are recyclable, and we have to judiciously we have to use this material, and the PWM rule, plastic waste management rule, we have to oblige. We have to follow those rules, and then only things will be in right perspective, right place, and it will be efficiently picked up by the rack pickers, and all those things is going to happen if you are going to follow the PWM rule. Biodegradability and bioplastics, they are also getting added, and but 99% of our polymer consumption are basically petroleum based. So probably it will take time. The economics needs to be brought in, then only it will be useful for our packaging industry. Now, there is one more point I would like to touch upon, that is the standards. Now, standards is mandatory for finished product as part of the government's clarion call, which has been being discussed last 2-3 years, but now it is being implemented. So polyethylene grades will have a IS standard. Similarly, the products made out of all these polyethylene, polypropylene, or PVC, it has to be in compliance with the BIS standard, Bureau of Indian Standards. There are 2-3 sectional committee. In fact, our co-producers also, their members, we work together and we bring in the best-in-class standards for Indian market. And last is that eco-mark. Eco-mark also getting mandated. So all the products, the packaging products, needs to have that recycling symbol. Maybe one for poly PT, or 2, 3, 4 like that, up to 7. So these marks are going to be mandated. Otherwise, we cannot sell these goods or sell these products in Indian market. So one more thing, that that post-cycle consumer, post-consumer recyclates. This is a new area, and probably it is going to be the norm in future, maybe by government. So we need to add those products with the virgin material to make it more sustainable products for packaging. Thank you. I think I have covered all the aspects, whatever I thought to discuss. Thank you. Thank you, Sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sahu. Very interesting. You touched upon several points. One which is very important is, of course, the outflow of foreign exchange, that if we are not in time with our expanded capacities in the very near future, which means one cracker every 2 years, more or less, then it will be a huge burden on India. So, and I'm sure that the industry is geared up and ready to not miss this opportunity and take it up. Another important point you made was about raffia. I always think of raffia, even though most of it is going in bulk packaging, but it is more and more finding its way into FMCG with pinch bottom bags and things like that. So, and I would still say that it is not beyond flexible packaging, because if I can take a 200-liter drum, so then the raffia bag is also, of course, flexible packaging, if that is rigid packaging. So this is flexible packaging. So that's the way I kind of look at it, because I have been associated with the raffia industry for a very, very long time. Another important point that you made was about the blow melt grades or any particular grades. So that brings us to the question of perhaps technology acquisition, either through your or let's say individual R&D within the companies. or from, let's say, buyout or foreign resources or buying the internet intellectual property. So these are some questions we will come back to. Another important, very important point you touched was the necessity to comply to PWM rules. But the problem, I think, as Mr. Sen Gupta also pointed out, is not limited to the producers of polymers and packaging, but it extends to the big area of public responsibility, common responsibility of people. So these are some of the things which will keep coming up. On the biodegradable, we will come back again. And thank you for a very interesting talk. And now I would invite Mr. Parth Mukherjee to please share his views.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Dhananjay sir has covered mostly all the aspects about our polymer value chain, about growth, about the different products and grades and the innovation that is happening. And Chandra sir has also touched upon on the overall menace of littering, how the stakeholders should operate as a team. I'll briefly take this time to add a few points to sum up about the end of life disposal and the green issues that our industry faces. The technology factors, I'll say that the new technologies of recycling the packaging materials are unfolding these days. We are now having microwave-induced pyrolysis to recycle multi-layer packaging containing aluminum laminates. That is one example. Then biopolymers like polylactic acid, then polyhydroxy valerate and polyhydroxy butyrate are also derived from the renewable sources. The compostable plastics are gaining importance in the packaging industry for being greener alternatives to petrochemical-based polymers. Then these biodegradable polymers are also gaining popularity because of the promise of getting broken down to carbon dioxide and water at the end of their service life. To add to it, the additive manufacturers are also marketing these biodegradable additives with the promise of converting this conventional packaging material to environment-friendly item by selective addition of some weight percentage of the additive to the base polymer. However, the challenge remains that there are many products which claim to be biodegradable. However, they actually do not reduce to carbon dioxide and water, but are actually degraded to fine powder microplastics when exposed to the outside environment. And this is a threat to human health, as this microplastics might get into the food chain and create health issues in the long run. This aspect we have to actually look into in the research and development. And there are sustainability tools in the packaging which are going for the life cycle assessment of the packaging materials. There are carbon footprinting, eco-labeling, and design for recyclability, etc. So, and the end of life cycle, I say that worldwide plastic manufacturing industry now should embark on its transition to a circular economy with a renewed passion post-COVID-19, of course. And this transition from a linear to circular economy in which the resources are used as long as possible while extracting the maximum value during the use at the end of each life cycle and recover to generate newer materials and products will require significant change the how we operate. And chemical recycling technologies are also becoming a potential game changer for the plastic industry. However, technology and scale to commercial viability needs to accelerate at a much faster pace than what is currently going. And this support will require for vast infrastructure improvements, including collection, sorting, and recycling, which requires aggressive government and financial community support on a global scale. I'd like to add that plastics are actually ubiquitous, making modern life possible and providing cost-effective and environment benefits compared to any other material. Even with the assumption of continuing restrictions of discretionary single-use applications, the plastic demands growth can be forecasted to continue at above our GDP growth, as everybody has opined. And we are thus stuck with the typical plastics dilemma, the essential nature of plastics versus mismanagement of plastic waste. So at the end, I would like to say that we need to remain confident that we can rebuild what needs to be rebuilt after this unprecedented crisis. And the need of the hour is some flexibility in the implementation of directives of banning and regulating single-use plastics and any non-essential regulatory initiatives on the plastic product by governments worldwide until we come out completely from the COVID-19 pandemic. And active, smart, and intelligent packaging actually are stated to grow at 9.1% CAGR and expected to reach $43 billion globally by 2027, sir. So this is what I had to add to this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee. Very interesting. You touched upon certain new points. I think in particular, you talked about greater regulation, and you also mentioned about biodegradable materials which can go into the soil as fine particles and can play havoc on human health through ingestion. Without knowledge of the consumers. And also on the active and smart packaging, which is a very important topic today in packaging. It is also very important, not only from the viewpoint of good delivery of the materials or the foodstuff or things like that, but it is also extremely important from the viewpoint of the elderly and sick, and therefore to support the senior population of the world. I have some questions come out of that. I think we will be running out of time in the next 5 or 6 minutes, but quickly we would like to touch upon some questions because they might be of great interest to people who would be watching, and I think of general interest to public, who are one of our stakeholders, of course. So this is about Mr. Sengupta. I would like to ask you kindly to elaborate a little more on the biodegradable and compostable plastics, because you felt that you were not so certain about their, let's say, efficiency or efficacy or their viability. I don't know exactly. Perhaps I'm just assuming. So would you kindly enlighten us more?
Sure, Mr. Shah. One, of course, a lot of people are joining into the bandwagon and saying this is biocompostable, biodegradable. I know of a certain manufacturer who's using cornstarch and polypropylene powder and marketing the various glasses, etc., which have otherwise the thermo has been banned. The EPS has been just recently banned or will be banned as biodegradable. This thing, of course, it's not biodegradable. I mean, it's far from biodegradable. There are also many, not only India, all over the world, there are people who are claiming that this is biodegradable. Most of them are actually biocompostable, as Partho did mention, that finally what happens is it becomes a little bit of powder and creates more harm than good. So I think there has to be some sort of a strong legislation saying it's really biodegradable or biocompostable either way. Otherwise, we'll end up throwing the baby with the bathwater. I mean, we are not going to add any value to it, and we are going to create, at least during the littering, you can see it's littered. Once you make it into powder and it's all over the soil, it's going to just make it worse. I think there are too many people who are trying to make a fast buck, as there always is in these sort of situations, and trying to do that. And number two is whatever the starch based and all. I mean, if you really look at it, is there so much of starch available in the world? I mean, if you create whatever the paddy and wheat fields you have into making starch to make your so-called biodegradable bags, you don't have so much of land. So I think, again, plastics will have to be, they have to be used more responsibly, and all the stakeholders will have to ensure that there is a proper waste management, proper system of cycling. As of now, I think this entire thing about biodegradable, biocompostable, of course, there are some genuine people, I'm not saying that, but I think 90% are just trying to make a fast buck. And a lot of people are being taken very well for a ride.
Yeah, you touched upon a very important point, which I was going to just bring up. And that was about the cultivation, or let's say arable land under the crops, which will be used for, let's say, biocompostable or bioplastics, as they say, which may not necessarily be biocompostable or may not necessarily be biodegradable, but bioplastics. So when we talk about bioplastics, we know that then it is dependent upon the crops, and we are also looking at ethanol as an alternate source of fuel. Or government is very serious about it. And at the end of the day, for ethanol also, we probably intend to use largely starches coming from sugarcane or likewise. And if we look at all that, then is there not a fear that if we go on reckless, like we have done other things very recklessly many times, including littering, if we recklessly go on allocating our crops to manufacture of bioplastics or to ethanol and things like that, then will there be a point of inflection when it will start clashing with the human civilization, cattle feed and things like that? So what is the take on that? What is the thinking of the industry on that?
If you're talking of the E10 and E20, the ethanol part, and if you ask me honestly, it may not sound good. I don't think industry has really thought seriously through this. We have, that may not sound good, but I don't think, at least in India, a lot of people are doing a lot of lip service. But I don't think anyone's really seriously thought through the whole thing or even told government, how normal this thing is. When the government says something, we either say yes with no intention of ever implementing it, or we say no for the sake of saying no. So I don't think, I think that constructive dialogue across the stakeholders is never there. And I think that somehow has to come in. Government has to understand the industry's problem and vice versa.
Yeah, but this is a major human problem, isn't it? So this can clash with our civilization.
But if you really ask me, I don't think there's been very serious thinking. Now people are starting to think, and hopefully now things are going to change. People are taking the ESG and everything seriously. So I think now really the awakening has come. Like, okay, it's one of those things, you can fool some people all the time and all people sometime. I think you have come to the place now you will really got to figure out that there's no point trying to fool yourself. I think since Partho is laughing, he's a very old colleague and a dear friend of mine, I think I would tend to think he agrees. No, but I think now people are seriously thinking. Unlike a couple of years earlier, I think everyone knows that for survival, not only of the plastic industry, but of the entire human, something serious has to be done finally. But where it will land up, we are going to have a lot of stumbling across the way. But I'm sure somewhere we are going to hit something better than what we have. Utopia is always not achievable, but it is definitely going to be better than what we have.
Sure. Thank you so much. A question to Mr. Sahu. Mr. Sahu, you mentioned that, for example, you just mentioned about how much to produce, perhaps the melt-blown grade, but that was just an example. But I'm sure that there are a whole lot of things, like also you mentioned metallocene. So there are a lot of things which are not being made in India, and there are so one possibility is, of course, to acquire technologies and start doing it. And I wanted to ask you, what is the industry view on the indigenous research and development in the field of polymer science? How much are we really doing?
Yes, sir. This is very, very relevant question you have asked me. In fact, all producers, they have a research and development wing. We also have a research and development wing. But one side is this, the technology. We are dependent on various technology which is licensed from abroad. For example, the polypropylene manufacturing technology, it is from Basel or Unipol. And similarly, other like catalyst development also. But time has come. We need to really gear up and we need to really work very seriously, both in terms of developing a catalyst in domestic, because the domestic market is going to grow, and the production also equally is going to grow. So to sustain that kind of development, here itself, 2-3 catalyst manufacturing unit is required in itself in India. That is one segment. Number 2 is the synthesis of polymer. And right now there are a lot of collusion is happening in abroad. So, and consolidation, all those things are happening. So 2-3 companies are getting merged. Only one company is available. So they also mint a lot of money, in terms of licensing, which is really taking a lot of margin from production, and that can be passed on to the consumer if it is available in India. In the research and development side, for product side rather like the melt-blown grade availability in India, or for that matter a grade which is really a niche grade and getting imported, and market is there, but it is not substantial here. So we need to think proactively. So after 5 years down the line, probably the market is going to come here, because here the domestic consumption, that is the center. Everybody is looking at India. So we should think how to build in some capacity where we can produce only niche grades. Maybe smaller capacity plant up to 100 KT polypropylene, producing only high alloy or soft, what they call it, Purell kind of grades. All these grades which are getting imported. So time has come. We have to think that, otherwise we are going to be dependent on those 2-3 companies, which they are also not offering the license. Sometimes they say that only if you are joining us with like a joint venture partner, or you give us marketing right, then only they provide the licensing. And luckily this SMEL has got one technology to India, which is for the first time it is going to be available in India, which was when we approached during 5 years, before 5 years or 6 years, they were telling no. But luckily they have somehow managed that technology to come to India. Similarly, so there are so many aspects are there. In research and development, we need to develop catalyst. We need to develop the technology. We need to develop some production site where you can produce these kits.
Thank you so much. One question to Mr. Mukherjee. Mr. Mukherjee, you mentioned very importantly the collection and sorting. Collection and sorting. In the morning session, Mr. Pillai from UFlex was there, and they are doing tremendous amount of job in recycling and upcycling of the post-consumer waste. And they have really done a great job, and they are setting up factories all over the world and things like that. And they touched upon several issues which are connected with this. But he made a point. He said that it may not sound nice, because a lot of people are involved in they have their livelihood centered on, or let's say dependent on rag picking. But it is obvious, and we know it from many years of experience already. I think all of us know that the rag pickers do not want to pick up low value items. For example, no rag picker would like to pick up something which, like a sachet, for example, a tobacco sachet or shampoo sachet, which has no value for him because he doesn't get a good price for it. In the meantime, Mr. Sengupta has raised his hand. Yes, sir.
No, you can finish. I would just like to respond to Mr. Sahu's one thing after you finish with part 2.
Yeah, so I have. So this is my question, Mr. Mukherjee. So he was mentioning that something more advanced needs to be done. What is your thinking on that?
See, there are various challenges which are preventing these large enterprises from making profits or make it a profitable business move. One of the main issues is the credible source of data and actionable information in which this business can be built upon. And there are actually challenges across the various stages of the supply chain. As you said, there's a lack of assured quantity of the segregated waste. And there's very low incentive for collecting the scrap, as well as the high cost of collection and transportation. So lack of technologies which can go actually for large scale processing is acting as an impediment. And we do not have a comprehensive and consistent policy actually for other than PET recycling, in other polymer recycling, we have we need to have a comprehensive and consistent policy. And commercially viable technologies to recycle plastic in reprocessing, say, multi-layered packaging, and also single-use plastics is required. The expensive nature of recycling the multi-layer plastics, since it is very expensive to separate the various layers because of the adhesive layers. And when it comes to single-use plastics, because it is low value, as you rightly pointedly said, they don't want to pick up because the product won't have a quality output. So it is proving more difficult for the manufacturers actually to keep the industry financially independent regarding this recycling sector.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, Mr. Sengupta, you were saying something. And then after this,
No,
I
I
will
was-
have one last question because we are already out of time.
Sure.
So kindly you speak and
No,
then
this
I
is
will ask my last
this
question.
is I think Mr. Sahu did mention that yes, India needs technology and catalyst. Let's be honest. I mean, either you develop it, or you can't force people to give you technology. Number one, I mean, either they give you technology or they don't. That is their prerogative. Number two is, and it is never a very good form talking about your own company. You have not come to these sort of forums to advertise or sell your products or whatever. But we, as a petrochemical company, we became the first Indian petrochemical manufacturing company to take the majority stakes in one of the world's largest hydrocarbon technology company last year in the middle of COVID, called Lamas Technologies. Now, there's nothing stopping the Indian and Indian Oil and people. These are real giants. There's nothing stopping these companies from really acquiring technology. See, otherwise we'll be sitting and lamenting for the next 2 decades that no one is giving us technology. See, if it's a profitable technology, why would they give it to you? They would definitely insist on a joint venture or something. So while, yes, India does need technology, does need this thing, answer, yeah, either you develop it indigenously or you go and buy these real biggies. There's no shortcut. There's no point sitting and complaining here that why don't we have technology?
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay,
Second to
so
Chandan, sir, very much.
So my one last question to all of you together. We have boiled down. I think as far as polymer industry is concerned, it is really the only industry which is always ahead of the market, which I mentioned earlier also in a private communication to all of you. Everywhere else, the customers are, the industries are planning their products around the so-called wish list of the customers. But here, polymer industry is making so many changes. It is moving so fast that it is the offerings of the polymer industry that prompt people to find users and start looking for their products. So this is a very, very unique attribute of this particular industry, and for this we salute this industry. Well, and this is just my remark. And now my question is that we all have come and we have seen since morning. I've been attending the various sessions, and as I said earlier, the sustainability and circular economy and things like that have been the focus or the flavor of the conclave. Now the point is, it all finally boils down to literally. Whether it is the thin bags or the thick bags or any kind of bags, if we are not disciplined, everything can cause difficulties. Everything can cause difficulties. I have been to Badrinath and Kedarnath, and I have seen glass bottles being thrown and glass shards lying in the forest and over the glaciers. So we can spoil anything. We know that Mount Everest is full of garbage, and it is not plastic garbage alone. It's full of garbage. It's tons and tons of garbage on Mount Everest because everybody seems to be going there. It is now a tourist spot. So this is what is happening. Now the question is, while the government tries to do what it can to educate people, are there any social programs being run by the polymer industry? The question to all of you, and you please all individually give your thoughts one by one. First Mr. Sengupta, then Mr. Sahu, and then Mr. Mukherjee in the same order, as we have been doing so far. What is the plan or what is the take of the industry? Because CSR is something else, and there are ways to somehow meet the CSR requirements. But I'm talking of in general a different kind of social responsibility, educating people, running social programs or something like that to educate people at the village level, at the slum level and things like that. This is my question. So what is the industry thinking of doing about it, or is it thinking about it at all?
That's a great question, Mr. Shah. I think, as I said, yes, industry has finally woken up. I think there is a non-profit organization called ICP, Indian Center for Plastics and Environment. That was pretty much lying dormant for quite a while, but I think in the last 3-4 months, HMEL, GAIL, ourselves, Reliance, all of us have put in money there. We're recruiting people so that at least the awareness as well as the policy advocacy at the state government and the municipal corporation level is being done across India. So I think and Indian Oil Corporation has also given their commitment that they'll be supporting thing full. So I think the industry is now, as Parthu said, yeah, we may be competitors, but we are also collaborators in this because this is a common problem. And I think this, as well as we have another organization called CPM, that's Chemical and Petrochemical Manufacturers Association. There also we are collaborating together to educate each other and also for policy advocacy, so that there is both our side is being heard as well as we are hearing the government side and coming to some sort of a conclusive action plan. Earlier, there was a lot of hearing, but no action plan. But I think once you write a check and give it to some organization, you can be sure that industries now started putting their thinking. I mean, unless you write a check, honestly, you walk out of the room and conveniently forget. So I know for a fact that HMEL has written their check. We have written our check. Reliance has written their check. GAIL has written their check. So I think things are going to look up now.
They say money makes the mayor go. So yes, other gentlemen, please your take.
Yes, sir. This is a very valid question, and in fact, we have to build the image of plastics. I mean, image of plastic is getting tarnished because of various reasons. One is that littering, all those things are there in place. So one thing is that we are also associated with CPMA, ICP, and other NGOs also. But here, in a small way, we have a cell called the social CSR cell, and they do go to the village site or wherever the plant is located in and around of that, and they educate the school children. And we are also getting associated. We have done a couple of school programs where we talk about the benefits of plastics and how it is saving the natural resources like wood or paper or jute. So that is a way we are doing in a school level, so that they will learn better and they will also propagate also to others. And apart from that, the research and development wing, R&D, they have also some programs called the awareness campaign. So plastic, they talk about some time back it was plastic neutrality. It was a talk. But now the propagation of plastics, that is happening now. Good benefits of plastics uses, and that they are doing, in different forums. And Mr. Sapanre also was asking us before, I think 1 week back, ICP, Mr. Sapanre, and he asked, why don't you associate it? Because this is a VC platform, we can, attend some school and present some good about your plastics, so that we'll jointly can propagate this. So we are associated with all those programs, and hopefully we will slowly, it will take time, but slowly it is going to educate others, and the image building will happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I'd like to add at the regional level, I don't want to name the federation, but we have a very big plastic association based out of Kolkata, in which all the co-producer employees and also the processors are all members. And they have an environment committee. And prior to the COVID, there was very active work going on regarding educating children at the schools, going to different schools, like to teach them about the dry and the waste and how to the menace, just like Chandra says, to educate them on the menace of littering, and so be more active and responsible citizens. And they also was carrying this project slowly to the big housing complexes, and they were giving this waste bins also free of charge, and trying to make it a habit for all the citizens here, step by step, block by block, to make it a habit and then make it fully like operational that way. So we have a long way to go. And I'll add to it that the same people, like sir, you see in the Calcutta underground metro is very clean. You know, nobody will spit or drop a sachet because you have got a penalty imposed there. So same person, we litter the Calcutta streets, but when we go to Europe, we don't. So that is also some sort of penalty imposition is also required. The way you have in Singapore or in Dubai, nobody can even think of littering the streets. So at certain irresponsible things, we require some very stringent measures. So how stringent, that the government has to think about it. But let's hope things do not go out of hand so much that we have to put like such a Mercurial rule in place.
At the end, thank you so very much. At the end, any government policy intervention that you gentlemen think are required to encourage the industry to grow faster?
So I would request if a quick round of this question can be done from Mr. Sengupta's side. What government intervention that you are looking in one line for your industry? Because you said that it's better to be Atmanirbhar and we don't require any kind of big hands from the government, but it's better to not wait for that and let's do it by ourselves. And obviously the technology that you have brought is very commendable and wonderful job done by the MD of the company. And so in one line, what intervention did you require in the polymer industry from the government side?
Well, one line, that's a great one, Arnob. Number one, it is politically quite a disaster asking this sort of a question, and one line makes it even better. But if you really want a one line, I'll make it even easier for you. I'll give you one word answer.
Yep.
Act.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Sahu from the PSU unit, what would be your idea about government intervention required? Your key word, as Mr. Sengupta has said, what government should do in one line?
Yeah, I also will agree with Chandan Sengupta ji. Same here, that telling one line for government to act is very difficult. But yes, government takes I know stakeholders' views from time to time, and DCPC is the body which Department of Chemical and Petrochemical. They invite everybody to different forums. For example, for the policy making or for waste management, all these things they take stakeholders view.
So stakeholders' views are
but from our side, one point I can say that to reduce the imports, there are several areas where we need to harmonize the the tax structure. That can be done.
So stakeholders' views and tax structure. Mr. Mukherjee, over to you.
I'll also go with what Mr. Sahu has said. The tax structure is to look in, which will help us to grow an organic growth of the domestic industry as well.
Mr. Sengupta, you would like to touch upon any incentive or tax structure that from the government side you would require?
That's why I said act.
Act. Okay.
I think that's sort of...
Yeah, it takes ball.
Thank you so very much. Over to Mr. Arnab.
Thank you, Mr. Shah.
I think we have had a very stimulating discussion. We have run out of time and in fact exceeded by almost 25 minutes. But thank you all very much. Mr. Arnab Chakraborty, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for wonderfully moderating the show. We are Really thankful to Mr. Chandan Sengupta, Senior Vice President, CBT and Marketing, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, Mr. Dhananjay Shahu, General Manager, PC Strategy and TS Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mr. Partha Mukherjee, Regional Manager, East, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited. With this, we would conclude this BCC&I Packaging E-Conclave. Just before the end, we have just started this initiative, and we would require all the stakeholders to be with us, to guide us, so that we can also act in the right direction and can influence the government to get it in the right track so the industry can grow. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.